heard that fast.
9 o'clock, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all.
His wife don't get along around her.
Well, she passed before him. She passed
Oh,
like
she
a year or
was.
two. He just passed at the end of August, I guess. We just got notice today from the state.
First order of business is to accept the minutes for Monday, September 26th.
I'll second.
Tom moved, Don second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. The next is to accept the minutes from the continuation of Monday, the 22nd on the 28th.
I'll make the motion.
Tim moved,
I'll second.
Don second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Miscellaneous motions. Move to authorize director chairman to sign one tax abatement in the amount of $719.46.
I'll move.
Bob's moved,
I'll second.
Don second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next is move to reappoint Pat Reese, District 5, as member of Coffee County Airport Board to a 3-year term effective May 19th, 2022 and ending May 18th, 2025.
I'll move.
Bob moved,
I'll second.
Tim second. Any discussion?
Are you gonna try to get the applications from them?
I'll get
Cause we
applications
made
from
kind of a commitment here a year and a half, 2 years ago, to, even if it's reappointed, we're gonna ask for some type of document.
No further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Move to reappoint Brett Skillman, District 5, as a member of the Coffee County Airport Board to a 3-year term effective May 19th, 2022 and ending May 18th, 2025.
I'll move.
Bob's moved,
I'll second.
Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Move to reappoint Jody Thomas, District 4, as a member of the Coffee County Hospital Board to a 3-year term effective January 1, 2023, ending December 31st, 2025.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved,
I'll second.
Don second. Any discussion?
Wonder why we're just now doing the airport board when it says effective Monday?
May.
Yeah, I don't know, because then the other is January 1st, 2023, which makes complete sense outside the May 19th one says.
Somehow it just got overlooked evidently for me.
Okay.
When they redone in here, they took our list down, so you can't sit here and look at it.
Okay. That was all I had. Just curious.
All in favor?
Aye.
Did we move? We have a motion? Yeah, we have moved.
Yes.
Second. Sorry about that. That concludes our book.
But not our day.
Hey, we
But
done.
not our Sit down, Bob.
I'm getting ready to walk out the door, Jesse. That may not happen till 3 or 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
I guarantee it'll be great. About a minute early, but Emergency Management Director Amber Presley, Siren, when she shows up.
I'm gonna hold her, make sure, because her time.
There she is.
Right on time.
Right on cue.
Okay.
Floor is yours, Amber.
Okay. I'm here to talk to you about the sirens. Wolf Creek is ready to turn the sirens over to the county, for us to take ownership and maintain them. And so I'm here to get your feedback on what you'd like to see with that.
I know there's other sirens throughout the county that are not in the town.
Right.
Or they're in an incorporated
Right.
location. I guess the question, do we have to keep those up? Do we have to keep everything up that's there, or?
Well, since it's not tied to Wolf Creek, we don't have to do anything.
Like a Tumwa, there's only one or two people live there. Well, but
Atumwa's kind of a mess because if their siren doesn't work and a storm comes through, then we're kind of liable for that. But if I put those two people that live there on Everbridge and I warn them of a storm, and we don't have to use the siren, then that'd be ideal.
what would be different to putting them on Everbridge like you do people 6
Not a
miles from Atumwa?
I almost did it.
Thing is, it does the cell phone service work in that area?
Huh?
Yeah.
It's reliable.
We have to have cell phone coverage for the entire county in order to have iPods. Now, it's not great coverage.
That's what I'm gonna say, at Beto area, it goes down. And it's not on, my phone is not reliable.
Right.
Do we have a siren at Beto?
No.
We don't have one.
So
here,
we have 13 sirens. We have one in each of the cities, including Neutron. We have 2 in Burlington, and then we have one at Jacobs Creek, one at Atumwa, 2 at Coffee County Lake, and 2 at John Redmond Lake.
And we don't have any at Hall Summit. We have more people live at Hall Summit than we do at Tumwa.
Right. Oh yeah. Atumwa is basically there. The ones that are surrounding the lake are there for hunters and fishermen.
What's the main reason for wanting to switch this?
To get rid of, for Wolf Creek, to get rid of the sirens. So
We have no need for the sirens anymore. So when we transferred to iPause, that met our regulatory commitment for notification of the public, so alert notification system. We don't use these outdoor warning signs, but we're still owning and maintaining them out of courtesy.
Which is very expensive,
So,
I'm sure.
so really, they're an obsolete item.
They're obsolete to us.
Well,
Lots
why-
of places use outdoor warning sirens. It's very, very popular method of alerting the public of something, right? They go off, they tell you, you basically turn on your TV or your radio station to get the actual emergency update. These are just, something's happening. And lots of counties, municipalities use them. It's just we do not have a need for them. And rather than turn them off, we would like to give them or sell them to the county for $1, and take them off our books.
Okay. So with that being said, you're, in my eyes anyway, head emergency management, I think we'd go off your recommendation as to who, what, where, when, and why we keep, in my opinion.
But in reality, remember when we changed sirens, Amber?
Mm-hmm.
Our attorney at the time told us we could not sell those, because if we sold them to someone else, and you might want to think about this, if we sold them to someone else and they didn't work, they could come back and sue us.
Well, and Wade's kind of been working on that because it did come up again. If they sell us these sirens for $1 and they don't work, is Wolf Creek liable? But Wade can probably give you a little bit more on that, what he found out from the insurance.
So before we even move forward with this purchase, I wanted to know what exposure the county had if the county purchased these sirens. And in essence, as long as the county has the maintenance logs, they're up and running, the make, model, and they're up to date, if something happens, then the county would be in a good position should there be something catastrophic that comes through, let's say a tornado of some sort and one of the sirens failed. As long as that documentation could be provided that the county was doing everything it could, probably similar to what Wolf Creek would be doing, then, you know, people can sue anybody for anything. Hot coffee, whether they'd be successful is a whole different story. And that's the exposure that the county would have. So vetted and cleared through Trust Point and EMC, and I think before we moved forward, that was sort of the guidance that I wanted. Now, whether it be the siren itself, the utility poles, that type of thing, that's a different story, and they may need to be covered.
And remember, these are outdoor warning systems. They're not supposed to warn you inside your home. Houses are built better construction than they've ever been, metal roofs. They just don't penetrate in the house and down in your basement. So they are outdoor warning systems, and we have Everbridge and we have iPods to notify people, anybody that's hitting off a cell phone tower, for that reason.
If we, your opinion, if we did Everbridge for Ottumwa, we could prevent the price of the sirens, the maintenance and all that stuff, and
Yeah.
still cover those people just as well.
And, Ottumwa, I do believe that that's just there because there was an active, boat ramp there at one time.
I don't think it is now.
No, it's not, so, I believe that's why it's there. So,
I think it's still available, it's just not that active.
So Amber, the conversation you and I have had kind of behind the scenes is, what are the advantages to maintaining the sirens? Because some of the sirens are in populated areas. Some people use the notification system that is not by siren, but there are those that do, so.
Smoke signals.
carrier pigeons.
And what type of notifications currently go out on the sirens that people would be aware of?
Right.
Maybe it's.
Yeah, a fire uses them for fire calls to get responders to their stations, and that's just in the cities. I don't believe the other ones don't have that. So.
And every firefighter, emergency response person has a radio.
Right.
99.9% of them probably do.
If you eliminate that siren in Leroy Grill or whatever, does that affect the insurance ratings in the city if you eliminate them and rely on the radios for the fire? I know there's a lot of, my understanding is, insurance in some cities are tied to the,
To the
what
siren.
service is available and how it's provided. Now, how it's affected, I've always heard that. When I was at the elevator, I heard about it quite a bit.
That would be.
If you eliminate the siren, does that affect the insurance rates for the town?
That would be something I'd need to research.
What about the
Do they have their
tornado
own
issue?
sirens? Cause like Burlington, I believe, has their own siren that is not part of this,
Right.
this system. So they may have their own separate siren that's not part of the county system.
I wouldn't think the county would be able to set it off if there was a fire, if it was a city.
Lebo has a siren besides,
Uh-uh.
they use the same siren.
Just behind the
I
library.
believe Burlington's the only one that has, another siren, so technically they have three.
That's what I do, so Waverly's the same way.
Waverly's County.
Okay. Yep.
I would say you're gonna have to, I'd say that definitely the ones in the towns, bigger metropolitan areas, I guess.
May I say,
Sure.
like on the fire side, I mean, if there's a structure fire, it's an automatic, the sirens go off. And so, yes, we have radios and everything, but if your radio's off, if whatever, it just gets, you need personnel on especially a structure, so that's my 2 cents. I mean, it's really needed
In the towns.
in the town.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody might be out mowing their yard, not hear the radio go off, but they hear the siren.
They hear the
Siren,
siren,
and
and
then
so whether it's tornado or
Right.
fire, and there's a difference between the two, but you know.
Right. Yeah, I firmly believe that we need to keep them in the towns
Yeah.
for public notification. I mean, even I'm 3 miles away from the siren, if I'm outside, I can still hear the siren, you know?
I hear Burlington, I can hear East Run.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But, another one,
Yeah.
if Everbridge or iPods could cover them, I would say that's just less expense, but we're still getting
Yeah.
people notified.
Most recently, we had incident with flooding, Ottumwa wouldn't sound, and we couldn't even get to it to do maintenance on it. We had to wait till the flooding went down.
What's the annual maintenance cost on these sirens?
Right now, for us, it's nothing, because Wolf Creek does it, but
But if you do away with them, what's
That-
the projected
that I
expense to the county?
couldn't tell you.
That's up to you guys how you would determine to do it. Currently, what we do is about 300 man-hours worth of work per year.
Per siren,
No, total.
per all.
Yep, we do 300, basically rotation checks, battery replacements, things like that.
So 30 hours per siren per year then.
Yep, that's what it's scheduled at.
We sent a couple guys, I don't know how many years ago, remember?
Yep.
We sent a couple guys for 3 or 4 week training or whatever it was for 2 sirens.
Right.
And I don't think either one of them are here now.
Creighton's still here.
Creighton's.
Creighton's been, helping me with siren stuff. He agreed to look at if we wanted to do a contract with him or just call him in on an on-needed basis. He's willing to work with us on anything. He, of course, I don't think he really wants all the siren maintenance for all the sirens, but, if it comes to electrical and something like that, he'd be happy to help us. But we're also looking at, we had someone that programmed radios. We had someone that we sent to school and programmed radios, bought some fancy equipment, and now we don't have that person, and we're in need of a radio person. So the radio committee had come up with an idea that maybe I should fill that 4th position in my office with a radio/siren technician. When I started this, I told you that I could do it with 3, and I can. My office is handled, but the sheriff wants his radios done, and the fire, if they have a radio issue in the middle of the night, they want someone that they can call. And the person that we have contracted right now, we can't get a hold of them all the time, and they're somewhere else, or they have other contracts. So having someone on staff is pretty invaluable to emergency responders for sirens. So I thought if we wanted to start the talk about an extra position in my office, we had talked about it being in Brad's office, we talked about it being in my office, went kind of back and forth, but then when Matt started talking about the sirens coming over, I thought, well, that radio person could also do siren maintenance also, but I'm up for what you guys are thinking on this.
Well, I mean, if we spend a lot of money on fancy gadgets and gadgets to work on radios, there's definitely gonna be a benefit to that.
Because actually,
It's just us just getting outdated.
Lyon County and other counties around, because there's only a certain number of people who do this, we could actually be doing their radio stuff too.
We could help them out.
I don't think Creighton's, boom truck will catch these sirens.
And he was gonna go check it and see.
Depends on the siren.
Yeah, he was,
Some of
there's
them are pretty high.
a couple of them,
Very tall.
the lake ones are really tall.
Yes, like the one that, outlet is,
Yeah,
I don't know if it's 55 or 65.
we'd have to borrow some for that, but, and same with us, if we decide to take over maintenance of this, then we'd have to figure out some kind of equipment. And I know Creighton said that we could borrow his stuff, and the city had talked about maybe we could borrow some of their stuff, I don't know.
But at the same time, we're talking about eliminating a few, are we not?
Yeah, and I don't know how you feel about notifying people at the lake and around at the, hunting and fishing areas. I don't know how you feel about that.
So the original plan that we had, the sirens, they cover the 10-mile ETZ population zones. Those areas in like the lakes.
Transient.
Yep. Outside of that, if you had somebody, they could get a NOAA weather radio. They used to have tone alert radios, but you can't get those anymore. But weather alert radio, which I'm pretty sure we still have a whole bunch of those, does the same effectively the same thing. The alert comes through it, and that was the alternate. So if you could not hear, or you were outside the decibel range of the siren, you could go to the county and we'd give you a tone alert radio or a NOAA weather radio that will give the same report, hazard report.
Redmond actually has their own siren that they blow when they change the level of the gates,
Right.
cause I can hear it also.
But there is a stock of weather radios that if you decided to eliminate some of these sirens in low population areas, you
Yeah.
could.
Like a Tumwa, we could get
Yeah.
them a
And
weather
they
radio.
didn't sign up for Everbridge,
Right.
you can still hand them a radio and they would still get a notification.
Yeah, that's true. Weather radio to a Tumwa. We would make sure that they were covered, but as far as the boat ramps and the lakes, I mean, that's just,
You're at your own risk.
yeah, and if they have their phone on them, I mean, not many people hunt with their phone turned up, but, you know, you may see it.
You'd be surprised.
He'll buzz if it's a vibrate or something.
Right. Yep, so,
Well, I'm all for the safety, but at the same time, if we can eliminate some, I think we should, because it's just, we're putting money into something
Right.
that's not a necessity.
right. But if we take them down, we're never gonna put them
You
back
never
up.
get them back. That's-
Yeah, we can't.
What's
yeah.
the time frame, Matt, on Wood Creek?
Months
shutting
ago?
those down?
Well, we have no plans to just turn them off. We'd like to transition them this year, before the end of the fiscal year.
So do we have to take,
There's money that we have to do in order to give something away. And that money's budgeted for this year, not next year.
you read my mind?
We've been working on this for a while. What there is behind the scenes is a proposed resolution that is sort of a skeleton resolution right now because we had met and requested the documentation from Wolf Creek so that we could incorporate that into our resolution. We just haven't gotten that far yet because we wanted to cover the insurance side of things and then get some documentation and figure out what a working document would look like. So we're sort of still in that middle phase right now. And I think with outage starting, we may be,
A little bit further.
Yeah.
we may have bought a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, I doubt we will accomplish anything within the next month and a half or so, but,
So, how many is there, 30?
11.
11. 13.
Well, there's 13.
13.
We already own 2 of them.
Only 2.
Lebo and Gridley, we already own, but Wolf Creek does the maintenance on them.
Okay, so a total of 13 is Wolf Creek's maintenance.
Yep.
So if we only want 8 of them, what's Wolf Creek do with the others?
So what I would propose is we turn everything over, you guys do what you want. If you wanna take down some for spare parts that,
Be a good
That's what I
idea.
aren't doing anything, my desire is clean slate.
Okay, so take them all or
Yeah, all or
take
none.
them all?
Well, all
Take
or
'em
all. All or all, there's no all or
Well,
none.
if you didn't take them all we do is turn off the power and abandon them in place. It's not really worth a lot of financial time and effort to go out and take them down unless they were posing a hazard, so.
The one at Lebo and Gridley are insured at $22,800, and there's $5,000 deductible on each one for loss except flood and earthquake. And we have had to work on both of those before.
We've had to work on one of those this year so far. I believe it's Gridley. It's not working. I had Creighton on standby. He was gonna sound it, manually during a storm one time, but we didn't have to. I mean, you're gonna get members of the public that are mad that you took them down. You're gonna get members of the public that are
Happy you took them down.
happy you took them down. I know daycare providers don't like them because they go off, you know,
During that time.
yeah, during nap time.
I don't think there's any daycare providers where they're still probably be coming down at,
Right.
unless they're fishing and watching kids at the same time.
Hey, I'm all for it.
Need to be doing more of that.
So,
Sounds like a little more work to do.
To me, one of the most important things, is keep our safety for all of our citizens at a huge plus level.
right.
And I'm not too sure, as what I know right now, I'd have trouble discontinuing them, shutting them down.
Even like the Tumwa.
Well, probably. At what point you take one down, at what point you take a second one down, what point you take the third one down? You know, I don't know, Jesse.
Well, I don't see any different in using Everbridge at Tumwa than it is using it 4 miles down the road from
Yeah.
Tumwa. I mean,
Right.
you're still notifying those people.
Right.
It's not like a Tumwa is a big incorporated city anymore.
Right, and like Matt said, we still have those weather radios, and the weather radios, our iPod message actually will go out on weather radios, so, they would be covered. They'd be double covered if they had their phone and a weather radio. I can make sure of that, for Tumwa anyways. Jacobs Creek, I think I would leave that one, just because it's still kind of a populated area, and it still, has a lot of hunting and fishing right there where that siren is located, so I would suggest leaving Jacobs Creek, but as far as the lake, I don't know.
Say abandon the lakes and keep Jacob Creek. That's what I say, if people wanna
Keep the cities,
keep cities.
Bridge
yep,
cities and Jacobs Creek, and
Yep,
that would be my thinking.
You have a map that would show where
Okay,
they
I
are,
was gonna bring it up.
and then the radius, and I think you
Yeah.
should probably look at that before you make,
Yeah,
you make a decision,
Yeah.
because
I can bring that back up in a little bit.
it's an important
Pull it off.
feature in my.
yeah, I'd like to see a map of where they're all at.
I'll bring that back up here.
And it'll show their radius.
Yeah, it shows the decibel range from distance from each siren.
Yeah.
So I think you should look at that before you make a
I was
decision,
gonna pull
in
it
my
up.
opinion.
These sirens that we purchased, we purchased 2 of them in 2007, and then Wolf Creek purchased the rest. Our 2 sirens cost $39,000 in 2007, so.
Take that times 2 or 3 by now, probably.
And they're in good shape. I mean, Wolf Creek has done amazing maintenance on them.
What's the life expectancy?
Quite a while, this is only the
Yeah.
second set we've had. So
Yeah.
this is,
Good long
they've
time.
replaced 25 years in.
Elements probably more than anything.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they,
Yeah,
as long as they're maintained, they're pretty reliable.
which I do believe that the Tumwa one, being so near water, it does get a little,
More.
Yeah, they're, some of them, more than others, have a tendency to get some moisture in them. They'll freeze up, but you break them free, and then they rotate. It's, just like anything, right, that's out in the open, it can have some weather effects, but, usually it's not anything significant.
Say, let's see the map.
A little more discovery, sounds like.
Yeah.
Wade's still working on some stuff, so.
So, how do you feel about a person maintaining these sirens and the radios? I mean, it's not anything that I'm jumping on, but it's what I need to be looking at. If they're gonna hand them over to us, I have to have someone to fix them. Do we try to look at Creighton? I also talked to someone at a conference a couple weeks ago. They're out of Wichita, and they maintain sirens like this, but a service call for them is quite expensive, plus the drive time. And Tom Johnson, and he's not up here, he said he wants it so that if he has radio issues in the middle of the night for his radio, someone better be there to fix it. So,
Well, we'd all like stuff like that, but it doesn't always happen.
I know. But like this guy said, it would be drive time from Wichita for any siren or any siren issue.
I think the sirens and the radio are 2 different things. The sirens at Creighton got some knowledge, because we sent him?
We did send him.
We sent
Yep,
him, so.
we sent him. He said that he's probably gonna need a refresher,
But
at some point.
if
but-
he's willing to do it, personally, I would have no problem with we'll contract him, I don't care if we pay him.
Okay.
So, $500 a month or just to be on call for it, whatever it is, that's still cheaper than hiring a person and paying all the benefits.
Right.
And we don't have to find a space for him to be, and he already knows it. We've already invested money in him.
Yep.
Just my thinking.
I agree.
I'll talk to Creighton and we'll see.
Study session.
Study session. Crap, there's 4 o'clock.
Okay. Is there any other questions that you guys had on this? We'll go back and do some research and get some more things figured out, then we'll come back. And I'll bring that map up, I'll go get it
The
right
map
now.
will help, and then like
Yeah.
I say, it's, you know, for me, a lot of it will be off of what you think too,
Right.
I mean.
Right, and I
Just like
also,
you said, Jacobs Creek leaving it, maybe doing away with some
Right.
of the others,
right.
that's good.
Well, and
Good info.
Jacobs Creek also has a fire station, so
Right.
that's another reason I leave it there. We also purposely put these near, fire stations so they could have, so they have backup generators, some of them. I was thinking that they did, I don't know.
They had the batteries that will provide some backup power. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Lebo's is behind the library, I think. Isn't it moved from the fire station to the library? It's an orange one. It's an
Oh, yeah,
orange
yeah,
cone
it is,
one.
yes, it is behind the library.
But I don't know
Right
if the
there by
library
the-
has a generator or not.
I don't think so.
Gridley's across town from the fire station.
Yeah. Okay, scratch that, forget I said that.
But, Everbridge, does everybody basically have signed up for that, or do we need to put out a notice to the public?
We put it out all the time.
We put it out all the time.
Yeah, we put it out on social media and we put it out on our website. There's a sign-up link on the front page of our website. We put stuff in the newspaper whenever we can, and then when we're out and about, we try to push it too, because we do want people to sign up. What was the other thing I was thinking? Oh, we also kinda need to decide what we're gonna do with these sirens, because the, EMT Shield is going to put, their stuff on these sirens, because we have had an issue with any time there's a lightning strike, the Lebo or the Gridley siren won't work. Lightning messes with it, quite a bit, so I talked to Bobby, and he said there was still money in the ARPA funds, and we added the sirens to that big, contract of putting EMP Shield on everything, so they're gonna be putting on the sirens, so if we're taking some sirens down, I need to let them know. I'm not sure when they're gonna start on that, I think they've already started, I'm not sure, but.
There's funds in that account, but it's getting pretty low.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen the last month of reports.
I'm pretty sure he quoted like $2,000 to put it on the sirens.
Finish the
Yeah,
sirens.
to do the sirens, but if we're gonna do away with some sirens, then we don't need all of those.
So have you guys had trouble with with the sirens during lightning or stuff, or do you have, surchargers and stuff on them?
Not that I know of.
There's no surcharge, there's no, none of those on any of the sirens, because that was one thing that Creighton, when I first started working with him, he said, we need to get some on these, because lightning strikes take them out. I don't think that your sirens have as much problem, but Lebo and Gridley, they mess up every time there's a lightning storm. They have to be reset out on the box, so.
So we do like a pulse test on these sirens every week. They're probably 99% reliable. We have ways of seeing if they're working or not, and notification pretty quickly if something does go down. And we're usually repaired that same week. Occasionally, resources take precedence for something else, but.
And we would continue that same testing if we took the sirens. I mean, there would be no reason not to. It works for them, it'll work for us, so we would get all the, testing documents and all this stuff from them. They've agreed to give us that, and maybe a little bit of training.
Yep.
Is there any equipment that you guys would be obsoleting that would go with this for testing, or is it just pretty much?
It should all be the same that you have in dispatch.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'd verify before we turn anything off,
Right.
but we have basically a test cabinet that we do our testing from, and you guys have a cabinet in dispatch that
And
should
one
be
at-
able to do.
And one at
Yep, and the forward-
JSB,
yeah.
one at JSB too.
Yep.
If dispatch couldn't sound it, then we could also sound it from the JSB.
One thought.
Let's see the map.
Okay, I'll go get the map.
Well, I don't have a problem.
Okay.
County needs it, I think.
Yeah, some of them anyway.
Some of them, yeah.
Okay. If you come up with any more ideas or hear from anybody that has some ideas, let me know.
You as well, I mean, what's your thoughts on, what's the most needed in your opinion?
Okay, will do.
Maybe
And
we
I'm
get the
gonna
map
talk,
together and we could all,
right, and I'm gonna talk to Randall at the fire station too, and get his input also.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
So from the plant's perspective, we're looking at probably November, December, when this will ramp up again, and
I would prefer November,
Okay.
if we can make that happen. I think really, from our aspect, if you guys can decide on a go, no-go, like, yes, we want them, and then, or no, you don't, and then decide how you're gonna disposition each individual siren, I think those are kinda two different topics. Really, I'd like to see that resolution come through you guys and get basically approval or no approval, and then the rest of the process can
If
work
we say
out.
no, are you gonna continue and continue them?
No, he said you're gonna
Turn 'em on.
flip a switch.
You're gonna really, you do have an end date.
Well, we don't. I'd hate to get to that kind of position.
I just asking the question.
I kinda feel we owe it to Wolf Creek to continue.
There's
Continue,
no
personally.
planned shutdown date, but, every month that we keep them up, keep paying for them is just a loss that doesn't need to be pushed onto the ratepayer.
It's in our best interest
So-
that the Wolf Creek work with them.
So, we'd like to get it resolved, make sure they still get used, or to a good cause.
Good.
'Cause, I mean, even the material itself, the sirens themselves do have quite a bit of value to them, if you would choose not to utilize them for spare parts. They're, American Signal is pretty common company for this kind of, equipment.
Don't haul them to the junkyard.
Right. There's somebody out there, put them on eBay or something, I don't know.
I like the idea of keeping them for parts if you take one down, cause you're gonna need it.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
getting
spare parts
these days.
are hard to get in almost any realm nowadays. Many times on, just a regular valve are pretty expensive and sometimes unreliable. So I would, highly recommend keeping for parts.
Very well.
so the general consensus is the county would like to keep the sirens. It may not be all of the sirens, and for their purposes, it doesn't matter how many. And then we get the resolution put together. The county needs the working documents from Wolf Creek so that the county can incorporate those into the resolution, and then from there, the county takes over this.
Yep, and I provided Amber the historical maintenance records, and those are life of the plant records, so we have all the detailed maintenance records for each of the sirens that is maintained as a QA.
Do we wanna table this for a work session? The remainder of it, but I think if he's needing an answer, I think we're looking at,
We don't need an answer right now,
yeah.
right?
Not,
Just generally, so you kind of have an
Yes.
idea that the county's
And,
is interested.
maybe could we set a date for bringing it back for resolution? That way we've all got it targeted and we know it'll get done or not get done by the end of the year.
I think we can do it by the end of the year. I think we can do it in the next month or so.
Well, you really said you'd like to have it done in October, right? I mean, November.
Yes,
I don't think it's a very tough deal.
November, let's,
and, I will be on nights, but I can respond to emails and such when I get to them, and Miriam's gonna
yeah.
be on days. So if something does come up,
Can we hold one of these maps here? Or
Yep.
two of them?
Yep, you can have both of them if you need.
We can work on it, we can look at it more this afternoon.
Yep. And if you need, do you need any of the paperwork? Matt has already started a resolution, but like Wade said, we want some more information in it, but I can give you the draft so you can look at it
That's
too.
fine. Put it with the map.
Put it with your homework.
Homework.
Here's an information sheet on the side.
Oh, okay, yep, we already seen something on that, I think.
And if you're working on them, just holler at me and I'll come up. Okay,
Can do.
thank you.
Thank you, Amber.
Thank you.
Hospital Administrator, Joe.
Good morning.
It's Joe late,
How are
sorry
you?
about that.
That's all right. As you all probably already know, Rosemary Rich, our board chair, is with me today. I only brought one person. So, thank you again for letting us come. Kind of some updates today. I just wanted to review the first 8 months and some updates since the last time we met, which was back in the end of May, I think it was. So, just some updates with finance world. It's been our best year so far in the last 7 years, as Juanita White came into my office a couple weeks ago and said in her 7 years it's the best year she's seen. And we definitely had August was our strongest month since January of 2020. Year to date for this year, we're below budget with our expenses of $725,000. So kind of like I said last time that I was here, we're looking for ways to tighten the ship up, and we're continuing to do that. And I have some examples of just some things that we've been finding since the last time we talked. For example, we purchase paper products, toilet paper, paper towels from multiple companies. So we're now working with those companies to see which is the best for us and to buy from one, so we don't have multiple checks going out, but we're also getting the best rate. So we're continuing to do that. Also, we've been finding some waste, and we're continuing to clean that waste up. So, for example, we have a program that we pay $1,300 a month for that we've never used, so we've canceled that program. We also have cell phones that we pay monthly fees for that we don't use, and we've canceled those cell phones. And we also have iPads that we haven't used that we pay monthly fees for. We've canceled them. So those are just some examples of some areas that we're eliminating waste and trying to look for ways to continue to have a great year, but look for ways to improve the facility. And I think it's shown, as I said earlier, we're $725,000 for expenses under budget for the year. And so we continue to monitor overtime, we continue to monitor staffing and things like that as well. So the year is going well. Just a couple of other updates regarding some big projects. As I mentioned last time, it's a busy year for us. We have two big projects this year, as we mentioned last time. Our MRI project is still on track to be installed and going by the end of the year. Now, I want to remind you too that the MRI is going to be in-house now and not in a trailer, but also will provide two new services that we haven't provided here before, which was the breast and prostate studies. Because currently, our residents have to go somewhere else for that study, and so now they'll be able to stay in our community or come to this community for those services. So that's still on track for the end of the year. Our electronic medical record, our EMR, is still on track for be installed by the end of the year. Now, with both of those projects, as you all know already, and as most of us know around the world, there's always little delays that pop up because of workforce, supplies. So we've had a little bit of delays in some of those things, but right now we're still on track for those areas. I don't have that spreadsheet. I thought when we met next quarter, I'll bring that spreadsheet that divides the individual facilities and for you to look at, or I could send a copy over before that at time as well. But I do want to talk about Sunset Manor and the Meadows more in depth. As you know, those are the two hot areas for our organization as we've struggled over the years to even break even. So when we look at the Sunset Manor, and that's our nursing home in Waverly, it's 24 rooms. We currently have 20 filled. And that's been kind of our number for quite a few months. Actually, 2021 has been our number of occupancy. We always have about 4 to 5 on a waiting list. And I know that's kind of confusing. What does that mean? 4 to 5 individuals looking at coming to us. Now, their families might think they're ready, but the individuals don't. Or the individuals think they're ready, but they're financially not ready. And so one of our associates named Vicki, she's constantly in conversation with these family members and individuals on when's the best time to come, when can you get in, when can you come, and so we always have 4 to 5 on the waiting list. Since the last we met, we have made our rate adjustments that we talked about, that break-even rate adjustment we talked about. We looked again at the market, we looked at the region, and did make that rate adjustment. Just a reminder that rate adjustment was the first since 2019. And it's been a while since we've made some there. Now, when you look at the organization or the Sunset Manor, year-to-date of August, so end of August, we're still at a loss, which we knew we probably could not fix the losses, the big loss that we had that we explained last time. But we're 37% better than last year. So when you compare year-to-date August compared to last year, year-to-date August, we're 37% better than we were that year. So we're making changes, we're making adjustments. I wanted to be closer to the 50 by now, but we'll get there. We'll get there and continue to make changes. We continue to work our staff at both facilities, the Meadows and Sunset, together, meaning they work at both places together. They cover both places. Vicki, who was just solely over the intake of residents for the Sunset Manor, is now over both facilities. She helps coordinate admissions and work with families and individuals at both facilities. Instead of having one at each, now we have one. And so we continue to look for those changes and look for ways to improve and get that loss closer to a break even. But again, 37% improvement over last year, same time. And then when you look at the Meadows, our assisted living, independent living here in town, we have 24 apartments. When I was here last time, we had 7 filled. And as I mentioned before, COVID hurt those numbers as people took their loved ones home because they couldn't see them. They didn't want to talk to them on a cell phone or through a window. We suffered greatly. As of today, we have 10 of those apartments filled. But we have 2 moving in within the next 2 weeks, and we have 2 moving in by the end of the month. So we'll be at 14. That will be our biggest number in the last couple of years. And so again, like there, we're adjusting staffing, we're adjusting and looking for waste and eliminating that as waste and things like that as well. Just like Sunset, we made rate adjustments this year. Hadn't made a rate adjustment there since 2016. You've got to make changes, as we all know. Just with the times that we live in today, you might need to make it more often than once every 10 years or so. And so we did make that rate adjustment this year. And when you look at just like the Meadow, or just like Sunset, when you look at the year-to-date this year compared to last year, we're at 35% improved over previous year at the same time. So I'm confident we're going to keep that moving in the right direction, and we're going to keep getting that number whittled down to more of a break-even. So I have more to talk about, but I'll pause, and I gave a lot of information. Any questions or thoughts yet?
Go ahead.
The MRI truck, are you doing away with it, or are you still gonna go out to?
So no, it has not been out that I know of for a few years.
Okay.
There was a snowstorm that it actually slid off the road, and I think it was back in Leonard's time, is at that point in time they decided not to take it back on the road anymore. So it will trade it in. We trade it in for the new one, so it's a trade-in. Mm-hmm.
So you got a new trailer coming?
No, it's not a trailer.
Just the
the
MRI
unit itself.
So the trailer is still gonna be the county's, still gonna be the hospital's, or is the whole machine going?
So the trailer is so the machine comes already installed in the trailer. That's how you purchase them. So we're using that as a trade-in for the new one. Mm-hmm.
Now, how often can you increase, I mean, your rates at these facilities? You looking at yearly?
We might be looking at another one in this year. We're still behind.
I think people understand that the cost of everything changes daily, you know, and I understand your guys' side dealing with, you know, Medicare, Medicaid, stuff like that.
Right.
I just don't know how they have you handcuffed to what you can do.
So the rate adjustments, so I'll give you some other examples. In the hospital itself, we have daily charges or different charges for different services that we haven't made since 2010. So we've made some of those adjustments already. And counting those, looking at our rates at the Meadows and our rates at Sunset, we're still behind other facilities in our region. We just can't jump up 30% at once
Right.
for our residents and our customers. So, per CMS guidelines, we have to give a month notice to our residents in the nursing home and assisted living, to make that adjustment. So we give a notice via letter, to those family members and associates, or residents, and so.
Nobody wants to see it, but you've got something to be done.
Well, just like I said last time, we used to, buy a case of chicken breast for $35, and it's went up to 85, we're down to 79, but it's still high.
You mentioned 37% improvement, but if you had a full year with the new rates, that 37 is gonna move up.
Yep.
Move
So,
up fairly quickly,
very-
really, so you're,
Yep.
you know, it sounds like you're making some good
I
headway,
think
and that's
so.
I think that's what we expect.
So with some previous administration at the hospital, we were told that the rate adjustments we had to give a 3-month notice. Well, if you know me by now, I asked why many times, and that time I did not ask why. And so we put that in effect for 3 months, and it was actually a month after I finally did ask why. So the rate adjustment at the nursing home did not go into effect until September 1. So you're correct. So once we get
A full year, that's gonna change that.
Yeah. And so that our rate adjustments were self-pay at the nursing home. CMS made their adjustment into July, so effective August 1, and their adjustment went into effect then. And it's actually more than our self-pay. So
You mentioned you're $725,000 under budget on expenses. Is the income, is it on a plus side or is it down a little bit?
it's on the plus side. So when you look year-to-date, we're in the black for the facility as a whole.
I kinda gathered that's where you was gonna be in the black. So.
Yeah. So for the whole system, counting assisted living, nursing home, clinics, we're a few $100,000 in the black.
Sure.
If you remember, previous years, we've received millions in grants. And a loan, remember we paid that loan, we finally paid our loan off with the government. Actually, we overpaid $7,000 and some dollars and got that back. But this year, we've received very little grants through the government. Now, we're on our own independently looking for our own grants still, but the year is looking good. September is looking good. Of course, we don't close our books for another week or more, but it did look good, number-wise. Now, hopefully expenses were still down and stuff like that. And just speaking of the meadows, the last thing I want to talk about is, so on August 22nd, there was the county commissioner meeting where the housing authority came and talked about some thoughts and plans. I did reach out after that meeting to Mike and Rhonda. Rosemary and I did meet with them just a few weeks ago, just to try to get all on the same page. I know there were some conversations before me with James Higgins and Jeremy Klinkenpeel, but not currently, so we're all on the same page, and we just want to make sure that, we're at the table, the hospital, not only that project, but other projects, because there's so many services that, we can hopefully help provide, or if we know about, we can look for our own, expanding services as well. But, when we did meet with Rhonda and Mike, we just wanted to remind them and everyone else that in the early 90s, the hospital did purchase that land, and we did put those improvements in. For example, the underground utilities at $115,000 that year did come out of the hospital's finances. And so we just want to make sure everyone's on the same page that we did put a lot into that property. Now, Granite County owns the property, but we want to be part of that. And we're definitely here. The hospital, the board, we're here for the betterment of the community. I mean, we want to continue to see the hospital grow and strengthen as we're doing, but we want to be part of the community and help improve the community as much as we can too. So, otherwise, we're going to continue to meet Mike and the Housing Authority just to continue to work with them on that project and move forward there. So.
Now, you said you had a big project, or 2 big projects at the hospital this year, is that right?
Yep.
Now, how do you solicit bids for the hospital work, I guess I should say? I know here, a week ago, there was a semi-load of sheetrock delivered, and accidentally, the invoice for the sheetrock got put in somebody else's hands instead of, it was delivered to the wrong location to start out.
Sure.
And the individual that received the wrong paperwork was a little upset, so I got a phone call, why is so-and-so from Bootown, Missouri doing work in Coffee County on the hospital that we didn't know any work was gonna be done.
Yeah. So we follow the policy of the county. We put that out for 3 bids.
Okay.
So that project itself, it took a lot longer because we could not get those 3 bids. We had a local gentleman up north, I think in the Linden area, that said, oh yes, this is a good project for him and his business. Once they got into it with the specializing of the walls, of the lead walls and the flooring and the whole unit itself, they still felt comfortable with moving forward, but then they ran into manpower and they could not take a project on that big to get us through finished by the end of the year. And that happened probably 3 other companies out there that we started working with. We bring them in, we sat down with them, go over all the plans and the drawings and our timeline, and they pulled out. So on that case in particular, we got down to only having 2 full bids and 1 out of Wichita that said, yeah, we want to, but here's kind of our thinking. Again, the timeline's not going to meet. We're not going to meet that timeline. And so we ran into those issues. We have a construction project going on in our clinic here on campus here in town. That's fully through a grant that was received a year ago. That one, we get a hold of someone, they'd be like, okay, we want to bid on it, and we replace cabinets and countertops and things, and their carpenter quit. They don't have carpenters. It was a carpenter problem for that project all around the board. We have an upcoming project that you'll see an ad in the paper that will be bidding for the replacement of the roof on the Meadows. That was a roof that was held on in 2019, no one decided to take any actions on, and it continues to leak and have problems, so we reached out to our insurance and adjustment, and we're working on that right now, but should be this week or the next week there'll be an ad on the paper as well. But we'll follow the same policy, over 10,000 or over whatever those different breakdowns are, we follow that same policy.
Answers my question.
At least in my 6 months we have. Yeah. I don't know about for you.
Answers my question.
Joe, I for one absolutely appreciate your leadership and what you're bringing to us today. Looks like everything is moving in a very positive direction, which you got the responsibilities for that, you and your board, so.
Yeah.
Appreciate the update and the improvement.
Well, thank you. We continue, I'm very transparent. I believe that we're all one family, one group here at the hospital working together to deliver this care that we need to deliver here. And so my point of that is I ask for the staff and the physicians and the board members to say, hey, if you saw something that we did that was waste of money or something that we could do better, or let's do that. Let's look into it. I always give the example of WD-40 took 40 tries to make it, and so if we tried 10 things and they all fail, okay, let's keep moving on and we'll figure it out. So thank you for that comment.
Thank you very much for the update.
Well, that's all I have. More in depth, I don't know if I'm back in November or first.
You can come back anytime you want.
Well, all right. Sounds like a plan. I didn't bring an army and I don't have 25 handouts, so.
Joe, I do want to brag on your staff a little bit. We had the Wolf Creek FEMA evaluated exercise at the hospital, and not only did the hospital staff preliminarily pass the exercise, but the evaluator said gold star, and she's never said that before, not even to us.
Yeah, she said nothing could be.
Yeah, I heard.
So.
Yeah, that was my second drill with with Greek, so, yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Thanks for the time.
Yep.
Well, awesome. All right, gentlemen, ladies, have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You wanna keep rolling, or does anybody need a break?
I could use one.
Okay. We're gonna take a 10-minute break real quick. A quick 10-minute break. Come back at 10:10.
Almost called back up here.
Hey, better on that. Boards?
Okay. That's what we're gonna talk about today.
I'll be able to look out the
I'll see if I can find some text.
There's no schedule, he said it just needs to sign it, everybody talks about.
Yeah, I don't know what's with that. How that happened. You thought the same thing, didn't you?
Time got away.
Yeah, we'll take care of that. Back to the next two deals we can.
Interim road and bridge supervisor, Jeff and Saban. You're on deck.
First, if it's all right?
Yeah,
Okay. Andrea just handed me this. She called me the other day, the Lake Region Solid Waste Authority. I've always been a alternate, but with Wayne's retirement, they need to proclamation, documentation that appoints, somebody. If you choose me, I could do that for that board of voting member of
The regular voting members?
yeah, and I wonder why we're doing that, if we shouldn't put on Wayne Arb as an alternate.
Okay.
So we have an alternate, unless somebody on the board would like to be on that.
I'd make a motion to appoint, Jeff Byer as, voting member of the Lake Region Solid Waste Authority, and, Mr. Arb is an alternate.
Oh, second.
Any discussion?
Yep. I know you got a lot on your plate now, and are we starting to add more to your plate?
It's doable, there's not that many meetings.
Okay.
That's no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
So will you let Shay know, does that take care of it?
Yep, that's all we need, then
Okay.
I'll get that, thank you.
So all I have is just some information about you guys. I wasn't here last week, so no motions, no anything this week. West of town here, I don't know if everybody's seen it, we had some sign vandals and road vandals. I think we got that cleaned up and road painted back. Haven't been out there today to see what happened again this weekend, but I reported a couple weeks ago that I did not believe fog seal would be complete. I was wrong. We're gonna get that done. We're down within 1,800 gallons of being finished on that with everything, so that will be complete. Guess you can call that fortunate or unfortunate. We haven't had a rain day in I don't know how long.
It's a love-hate.
It is kinda, isn't it? So.
When's the paint coming on that?
I just double checked with him this morning, to update you on that. Right now, we're expecting him the end of the second week or the start of the third week of October. Preliminary, that's always kind of a moving target, but that's what we're hoping on that. Second auction, is essentially done and seeded. So I don't know if you've got a chance to go over there and look at that project. Matter of fact, I think the fence has gone back in.
You're talking about their Wesley run back south a mile or a couple miles. I drove that road 10 days ago because I hadn't been over since they rocked it.
Yeah.
Looks like they've done a fantastic
It's
job
a-
there. You know, there's places, those hills, there's 3 hills there that aren't real safe.
Yeah.
You know, they're probably not quite as wide because everybody's gonna drive them down the middle anyway.
Yeah.
But, they've done a great job of landscaping that. It wasn't seeded when I was by there.
Yeah, I think
And
that's.
the fence
complete.
wasn't started back at that time either.
My understanding is the fencing was started last week. Ryan's still working on the right-of-way purchase on that. Something
I
that.
kinda figured he had that right away all the time.
No, not completely, and he kinda wanted to have it done before the fencers come in, but my understanding the fencers were in the area and was leaving, so that just happened. We did have some markings done, but he'll have to get with the bank on that and finish up that right-of-way purchase.
But that improved the quality of that road tenfold.
It did,
As long
so,
as people are still responsible for the sharp hills there that
yeah,
can still be a dangerous deal.
right. Well, from that project on to, we've got a major start on 28th Road, East of Fauna up there. We've got a really good start going on that. Ryan will also be purchasing right-of-way up in through there, and we will be responsible for some fencing, at least on one landowner. I know where we have to tear out some fence, and they wanted to put back.
Put it back the way it was.
No, we'll.
I seen it, yeah, no.
So, we'll probably go ahead and improve that just slightly. Okay, you know what I'm talking about, where I'm at. It's, right now, it's just one landowner on the south side there that, it's a property that sells that cellular towers on. So, and I know Ryan's had a heck of a time getting with that company that maintains that tower. Their access road is causing us some serious issue and dumping water out, so he's working through that. He's tried everything he can to get a hold of him, I guess.
Make a ditch through there, somebody will call him.
That's exactly what he's thinking about doing, not putting the entrance back in, you know, so they can get it figured out, but. So we'll see where that goes, but, road stripers. We had a tractor vandalized today, or over the weekend at 22nd and Planter. Took the fuel cap and DEF cap. They're gone. Our concern now is that they might have contaminated the tanks, so we're draining those and getting some new caps. And we damaged an electric meter last week just north of 12th and Fauna on putting in an entrance. So I don't know if we'll get a bill on that or not, but just so you know, we damaged electric meter fixed. So that's kind of a update on what we're doing right now, or some of the bigger stuff anyway.
I don't know where your mowers are at, Jeff, and I'm sure you got people hounding and screaming and hollering, but I've been traveling from Redmond to Lebo a lot in the early morning hours, and the traffic is gonna increase tremendously over the next few weeks with the outage and everything, and those road ditches are hard to see.
On the Autobahn?
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
I know you guys are up to your eyeballs and stuff to do, but
Right.
with Wolf Creek having their outage, I think might save some deer car accidents if we
Okay.
can get in there and get some mowing.
Alright, well, hopefully, and his is the tractor that,
It got vandalized.
yeah, that's down today. He's working his way west on 22nd. Hopefully he can get that 22nd done before the striper gets there, and then we'll get him turned on that. Still might be a week or so out on that, but I'll make a note of it. But
I'm not concerned about the gravel roads, I'm more concerned about the paved roads.
yeah,
Gravel roads, I'm fine with the weed growing up in the ditches and not being able to see very good, but
Yeah.
them paved roads, I'd like to see them mowed back.
yeah. Understand. So, Saban's got a couple of things. You guys any questions for me? Okay. I'll still like to get with you sometime, Tom, and bring Adam up here. We'll just look one more time at some of this concrete work we'd like to do, or is it you kinda like done out here?
Oh,
So we're all on the same page.
yeah, it's one of those deals where it's, where do you start, where do you stop?
Exactly, I think that's.
With the new jail going in, I mean.
I think that's where Adam's at a little bit, where, when I brought him up here to look, I mean, it seems like it ought to be simple, but just think if we're all on the same page where we start ripping stuff out.
That's fine.
So, maybe we can do that sometime this week if you get a chance. No.
Yeah.
Alright. That's all I got.
Thank you, Jeff.
That'd be great.
Saban?
Morning, sir. David, how you doing?
I'm good. It's always good after a Chiefs win. You know, it's a good weekend of
So
football.
they turned the offense loose finally.
They
And
did.
it showed up.
There was a couple of statements, I guess, after that Andy Reid took over the play calling for that game, so maybe there's a difference going on there. But
Just luckily there wasn't 5 extra minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
That first turnover got them off to a good start. That just
Yeah,
set
it
the-
did.
That set the tone for the full game.
It did, so it's a red Monday for me, so that's all good. I just had a few things I wanted to update you on, because I hadn't been down in a while, in a couple weeks. I'll start with the CIP work. We did postpone the meeting we were scheduled to have last week, just because we're in the midst of finishing up the draft reports for both the trails, work and the stormwater study. And my goal was we have a meeting at the, end of October, that we would be presenting those draft reports to the committee, the work group. And we'll make sure that that gets submitted to you guys as well, so you can see it. That'll be for comment, and then we can make adjustments from there. To give you a reminder, what's gonna come in those studies would be, really what we would say are kind of the recommendations, and then an approach of where we might help the cities and the counties seek additional funding through different programs. If you remember, the studies are kind of the step that needed to be in place. So if you go to seek money, you've got a study that you can base that request on.
Then on the 26th.
Yes. It's the last Wednesday of the month, which I believe is the 26th, so,
Yeah.
yep, 5 o'clock, we'll have it here. Along those lines too, we did have a meeting, a really excellent meeting with the Corps of Engineers on the Burlington to Newstrong Trail. Really enjoyed meeting with their team. The one thing to give you a heads up, and you may already know this, but they're absolutely favorable to the idea of a trail. So I want to be real clear there. We came up with an alternative alignment, and again, you'll see this in the report, that really utilizes the core property and county property along your existing roads to trace between the two cities. We looked at 3 alternatives, so those will all be in the report, but there's one that seems real favorable. They were very supportive. The one thing, though, that they emphasized strongly, that probably a decision for you all to make at some point, is for anything to happen on the core property to make it through the approval process in the Tulsa district and then beyond, it would require literally design of the improvement. So we're not talking about preliminary plans. We're talking about they need 90% plans, or the higher ups won't even review the project. So I share that with you because when we get this study done and we'll identify a preferred alternative, certainly that's open for discussion and dialogue, but anything that involves the core property, at some point a decision will need to be made about designing the improvement. And I know that's a little bit where you kind of like to know where you stand before you spend those dollars, but for that trail, if any part of it is on core property, which it will be, it's really not avoidable, unless you want to pay for right-of-way and pay for, more expenses there, then a decision will need to be made about designing the improvement itself. And so I felt like I needed to bring that to you just to get more as a heads up as we get the study wrapped up. But they've been aware of this for a long time, as you know. They're favorable to it. They recognize that the county has been really supportive on taking care of the existing roads that are in that area, some maintenance. The county, you guys have an agreement with them on even though we're, particularly the main road, where the county has handled the surfacing, and that's appreciated by them. So anyway, I wanted to share that with you on the update.
So what's roughly a 90% design cost? 50,000?
I tell you what, let me email you an answer, because I didn't even calculate. I figured I better talk to you guys first. So, but I will have I can put an answer together. Right?
Or less. Or less.
I was gonna say $500. 500, 1,000.
You know what the answer is.
I will.
Well, you gotta start low, don't go.
Yeah. I'll take all of these comments under advisement as I begin to ask the staff to put something together.
But it's always amazing that an entity like that, even though it's not gonna cost me anything, I want to know exactly what it's gonna look like.
Yeah, you know, I pressed them on the idea of, I mean, other agencies, it might be a 30% plan, which is more of a preliminary plan. But they said that, it won't make it through the process. They'll kick it right out without a 90% plan.
Wow.
So,
Are they looking to change the north end of that much? Because they've already invested some money into that, whereas.
you mean the north end of where the trail might go?
The north end, the north side of the river, basically.
Well, where we have it, so they have a trail near the trailer park area or the camping area. Is that what you're talking about?
No, north of the river, the part north of the river, because that's being used as a trail now, and the Corps has already invested some money into that trail.
Well, I guess I would say yes, they're looking at a different alignment. Yeah. So, we shared all three, and they they were preferring another one, so we're kind of, again, we'll let the study and you all decide where you want to which one is really the one you want to go with. But we will identify what we think is the preferred based on all the engineering and the discussions. So, the stormwater study has been going very well. It actually we'll have that draft complete. There's some opportunities there that tied in, as I mentioned before, with community lakes, and we're investigating the funding of some of those programs, and that'll all be in the report. As far as some of the work we've been doing with Road and Bridge and with Jeff, there's when Wayne left, there was kind of there had been a call for submittals for inspection on the 6A bridge project, which will come next year. We have reviewed those proposals. I am not going to announce where we're at. I'm just going to say we're getting ready to submit that packet to KDOT for approval, and then we'll be able to publicly announce that. But there were two submittals that came in on that, one from PEC and one from BG, and so we've reviewed those, and we're putting that documentation together for KDOT's approval. Couple of the other things that were kind of more just traffic related, the staff had mentioned to me there had been an accident up in New Strawn at the Lake Road intersection, kind of the skewed intersection there. They're getting me the accident report so we can take a look at what exactly happened and what the police reported were the incidents and the conditions. I did go up there and take pictures of the location, and we'll work up some recommendations. We'll start with what I'll call low costs, like based on whatever is in the accident report. Is additional signing needed? Possibly is there some striping needed? Is there something that we can do there? It is a heavily skewed intersection, and just in my observation, I'll double check the speed limits, but people will go pretty quick on both those roads. So I think there may be some things we need to do with regard to speed limits in the area.
Well, isn't that intersection one of the ones that's supposed to be in the added acceleration turning lane deal that was granted from KDOT?
No.
Cost share?
That's on 16th. 16th road is actually where he's talking about. Embankment Road goes, and then 16th goes straight.
But I thought that was one of them that was on the accelerating, decelerating.
No, that was 15th, and
This is off. This is a half mile off 75.
Yeah.
north of Strawn.
Yeah, this is
west of
yeah.
West of the fire station.
Okay.
Right.
That,
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
I thought it was on 75.
No. So anyway, we'll take a look and come back with some recommendations for the.
I think we need to start pinching KDOT, because we're the only county that's got a gravel shoulder on 75 highway.
I'll make a note of that.
I know that was
The whole across the whole state.
You drive on the shoulders.
I like to drive on the shoulders. It's safer there.
It's safer.
The other couple that I guess I did have a couple questions on, that Jeff brought up to me this morning is on, Native Road at 15th and 14th. I think, Bobby mentioned that maybe you'd have a question about the stop sign condition there. Just for my benefit, I'm kind of wondering what you were observing there. I haven't gone back out to the site to look.
My deal is that you've got a T. Yeah, you got the T right there.
Uh-huh.
You're stopping the traffic on the main straight through road, and you're letting these people go right on around the curb.
Okay.
I'm just curious of why. I've asked this a few years ago and never got an answer, so. Usually, you stop it, the stop sign is on the foot of the T coming up.
Mm-hmm. I was just wanting to make sure I was understanding what the concern was, because before we dig into it. Well, we'll take a look at it and see what the conditions are. You know, if it could be anything from the again, I don't want to presuppose what the previous folks and why they set up the way they did, but it could be that the main amount of traffic is making that movement, so they wanted to leave it as a free movement and then have the stop condition, but we'll look at all of it. And then Jeff mentioned 14th Street, kind of a similar condition up, it's up, that maybe there's a stop in only one direction, I think is right.
14th Road.
14th Road, I'm sorry.
That's 14th and Native.
Yeah.
Same corner.
Well, I had one at 15th and Native too to look at.
Oh, 15th, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. 14th Native's the one I was more concerned about.
Okay.
That'd be factory.
14th and Native.
Yeah, we're, on the way to Wolf Creek Fishing Lake?
No, that's 15th, this is south. It'd be straight east of Shiley's Corner. You don't know where that is.
Yeah, that's what that's what we're talking about.
But Wolf Creek Lake would be on the 15th coming in. It's a mile north.
Correct. Yeah.
We're just curious of why
I've noticed that with many
stop
times.
sign was here and these people can flow right on through. I see that normally, and I noticed because I was over there driving down daydreaming, and I was thinking, okay, the road goes straight.
That's probably why they put a stop sign. Never even thought about it.
It's a bulb sign.
Yeah, it's a bulb sign.
Anyway,
I got you. We'll take a look at it.
because honestly, I think people turn off at 15th now and come over there and go right on through there now, where they didn't used to before, because you got development here and up there. So check it out.
We'll take a look at it.
Thought it'd be
We
worth
basically got
checking
the same
out.
thing at the fire station at New Strong, west of the fire station. Basically have the same scenario there as there.
Yeah, in a sense.
It's just
In a
different.
sense, same thing.
I will say on the New Strong intersection, I'm not gonna say this is final, but when I went and observed it, just jump into a possible remedy is, you've got a lot of paved area there. I mean, the whole area is paved. It probably would benefit to bring that intersection in at a T, rather than allowing people to go full speed just straight through on that road. It kind of forced them to make a turn, slows traffic down, and that could be done fairly low cost, because you already have a lot of pavement. It can be done with striping and some, we call them rubber ducks, but you know, delineators, kind of forcing traffic to make a right turn on that road. The only trick there is there's a driveway that's pretty close to that intersection, so where you position that would be a little tricky, but that was just came to mind to me, is it would also help sight distance safety. You're not gonna have people having to look back behind and things of that nature. So there's some, I think, remedies that could help there.
You have to deal with the core on that too, because part of that is on core property.
Yeah, so,
A lot of it's on people who put these things down the drive instead of playing on those things.
yeah, the distracted driving is, it's a growing issue.
Check them out.
Yeah, anyway, we'll take a look at
Check
it.
them out, Mike.
The last item I had was more of a housekeeping item, and it's just an idea I want to run by you. We're incredibly thankful, I mean this sincerely as a firm, for the amount of responsibilities you've placed on us. We have a lot of projects going on for you guys, and we're thrilled about that. One thought I had was, in an effort maybe to possibly simplify invoicing, is with the on-call contract we have now, within our system, I could I could shift some of these, separate contracts under the on-call umbrella. And we can block out phases within the invoicing process, so everything's very clearly defined, a description of who's doing work, and then, just from a housekeeping standpoint, I thought it might be easier for both parties, because, for example, we have work going on for economic development, we have work going on in the trails work, we have stormwater work, and then we have on-call work. And so, I wanted to throw that out there to see if that's something you all would be open to. I could put together something in writing so you would be able to kind of see it before you make a decision. But it might simplify the invoicing process and the handling of paperwork. I'm just throwing out an idea, because we want to make sure that, you know, when we get a call from someone and we're asked to do something, I'm putting in the right category to do the work, and it gets funded out of the right budget and everything like that. So
if we make it easier for you, then it'd probably be a less cheaper. I wouldn't say cheap, but lesser.
Well,
lesser expensive.
I'll say this, it certainly speeds it up on our end. I mean, because
Which makes it cheap, which makes
Um,
it less
I
expensive.
mean,
Less
yeah, I mean,
expensive.
it's, you know, it's very easy to check.
Makes sense to me. You talked about that, I think, last week.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah. Again,
Just let's
now,
take
I
a
think
look.
what I haven't done yet is I kinda need to look at the budgets of those ongoing contracts and see how I shift those in, so you'll have a number, you know, a budget number in there. But then, you know, then the other categories within the on-call, we would just, you know, we do our hourly rates, and you would see all that, on monthly invoices. So, I'll put something together, something for you to look at, and then certainly if there's comments, you know, we can tweak it. It's a nice thing about our Deltek system, we can break it into phases, and then even when people charge their time within the staff, I've got them writing the description of specifically what they're working on, so all that is available, you know, when we look at if we're looking at a specific project, or we're doing just advisory work or something of that nature. Other than that, things are going good, so we'll keep plugging away for you.
The stormwater study that you're working on, saving, will that go back to the individual cities too?
Yes.
So you'll be holding 6 individual meetings there,
Yeah.
give or take?
Yeah, the reality is.
I know Leroy meets tonight, so.
Yes, I will say we have had, not all the cities have been as responsive. So I will tell you, because I want to wrap up the report, I'm not going to drag it out, waiting on meetings, additional meetings. We have good data. They can certainly review the reports, but we've had about 3 or 4 of the cities have been more engaged than others, and you know, we've given them ample opportunity to be on the committee and be in the meetings. They've received the updates, so I think we need to put the report out there. They can respond to the report, and we'll go from there. But the cities that have had meetings with us, those have been very effective, because it's confirmed a lot of what we already found. But it's kind of nice to have the city folks who know, okay, we have a flooding issue here that maybe is of a worse condition than we knew from the data we have. And that's very helpful, particularly when it comes to, say, sizing pipes or things of that nature. So, yep. All right, good deal. Guys, good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you.
Jeff, before you leave, I asked last week, and I'm not sure whether I made a comment or a question. It's been a couple of years on the FEMA damage that we had from the flood. And we haven't received any money from the
I'm glad you
FEMA.
asked, and I wish I'd have brought
Where
that.
were we at on the FEMA?
I'm glad you asked, and I wish I'd have brought that with me. We have received a check, God, I hate to throw out the number, but I will, and I can get you that accurate information, around $380,000.
How much?
$380,000.
I was thinking it was in that 300-400, but I don't think we ever did see the final document that Wayne had submitted.
Okay, well, all I seen was a remittance that came.
So you have received some funding?
Yes, and Kenny.
Does that close the books out on that?
No, Kenny told me the other day they're still working on some debris removal stuff, so there's potential for a little bit more to come in. And I meant to report that, I actually had it in my portfolio the last meeting that I was here, which had been 2 weeks ago.
Those
I'm
funds,
glad
they
you
go
asked.
into our general account, or they go into your budget for funds to be used later, or where those funds
Well,
end up going to?
I wish Angie was in here right now so I could answer that exactly. It's kinda goes into,
So it looks
I
like.
think it goes into our fund. And that's something we're trying to do some research on now as well, like when we get fuel reimbursements, different things like that. So that doesn't show up back in our fuel line. So our budget's kind of based on our fuel usage, but we're buying fuel for the entire, for a lot of the county. So when we get reimbursed, it doesn't show back up in that line. So at the end of this year, there's potential it's gonna show we've used
Over budget on fuel.
a lot of, and I think it's been that way for a while. We're just trying to get our hands around some of that, where that money goes and how we can see it, or we'll definitely have to by the end of the year when we get with the auditors, just have to start moving money around. So that's one thing that I know Saban and I will, and staff will be working on later, the next month or so, is trying to figure out what monies we have and where they have to be moved to, for some of these projects, these cost share projects that we have, and Bridge 127, 128, which I know is our responsibility to pay, which hopefully is be going out for bid this late fall, early winter. So it'll be interesting. Saban said he could help us.
Appreciate that.
Figure it.
I was hoping that.
I'll get you.
I know
I'll get you more of
Lakeview's
a.
drainage down there, you know, they have one break in that levee plus 4 others close to it.
Mhm.
I think they've got their money here sometime. I don't think I'm speaking out in left field.
Right.
I think they've received their funds some long time back.
Right. No, this just happened the last 30 days.
Okay.
We got that larger return.
That's strange, cause like, for example, when the appraiser buys fuel, it comes out of the appraiser's account. But it doesn't go back into your account?
It goes somewhere, Bob, but I don't know exactly.
It should go back
It-
into the account it came from.
Yeah.
Same, yeah.
Angie could help, or Richard, more than I can on
Same way
that.
with the FEMA money, it should replenish the account that came from.
All I'm showing, all he shows is subtraction. I think that budget's like $600,000. And each time I get to, I try to keep up with the monthly, but I sure want to quarterly, where we stand percentage-wise, and there's never an addition to that line item. It's always a
So where'd the
subtraction.
FEMA check go?
Well, I can't answer it.
You're not just holding on to it.
I'm not gonna implicate myself right here on.
Phil
Well, I'm
might
sure
have to tell us where those money,
I'm
that
sure
money goes
that the
back
clerk's
in.
office can tell us where that
Sure,
money's supposed
sure.
to go.
No, and I think,
Why it's.
I think Michelle's getting a better idea and a better handle on that as well, too. She's been doing a lot of research. We're trying to work through that, but I don't have the answers. The answer to your question is, it is here.
I did have one other thing, just on a side note, if any of you are going to the Kansas Association of Counties Conference, if you are, we have traditionally, our firm, we sponsor an evening dinner, but if you're so inclined, please let me know, we'd love to have you join, but if you're not going, it's okay.
You just come up to eat?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. We do this, we've done it for years, we host several of the counties that are good to us, and so you're more than welcome.
I know last year it was good food.
Yes, it was.
So,
You may have to make a point to be there, too.
That intersection,
At least throw it out there.
16th and Embankment, the sweeping curve that he was talking about, the mayor of Neutron called me on that a few weeks ago. If you happen to have a meeting or something, I told her we'd look at it with the engineers. So if it comes up, that's where, she just asked
Thursday night.
She just asked that it be looked at. So, yeah, so if he does, we're still in the process.
Okay.
appreciate it, guys.
Thank you. Have a good week.
Why are the flags at half-mast?
Pardon me?
Why are the flags at half-mast?
Is this a quiz? I should have studied. I don't know.
There's one over at school that's half-mast, why? That sucker is half-mast more than it's up anymore.
It's International Fallen Firefighters, the governor's order.
All day
supposed to
Monday,
be-
half, it's supposed to be half.
To, just for today for that one, we get a notice from the
It's
governor
just one
quite
day,
often.
though.
for one
All the
occasion.
firefighters have lost.
So why don't we have it half-mast every time some military person dies?
Yeah, I agree.
So we get a week for a vote. Sorry.
Got
Do
time for
that.
another 15-minute break, looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's Tom and Eric's got?
You guys got any good stuff before the 11 o'clock?
Have to ask the boss.
Where's the boss? Oh, behind the TV.
He's hiding.
We have that.
Oh,
You ought to be seen.
thank you.
Did you have something more for us?
Come back. Hang out.
Actually, Wade had a good idea when we were on break about inside your dry erase board rarely gets used, and hanging a TV there.
I'm good for it.
Hang that TV there, that way I won't have one of these Zoom meetings or whatever you want to call it.
Don't have to move stuff in, and it takes up
We'll be
Takes up a lot.
Jesse.
a lot of, I'll back away, trust me.
You got room.
I got room. I'll go sit in the hall. We have a real estate property tax rebate agreement that we discussed here last week, I believe it was for the TA operation. We discussed it last week, and this is one to sign.
That goes with the CID.
CID, right.
So that's the TA part of it, the county has been waiting on signatures for, from TA for a while.
Right. So to keep this freight train moving forward, we need a motion, right?
Yes.
To authorize the chairman to sign, real estate property tax rebate agreement with TA, right?
Correct.
Is that good verbiage?
Yep.
Okay.
Also move.
I'll second.
Bob's moved, Tom seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Now if I can just find where I signed this today. Somebody a notary in here? You are? Good.
Amber, I'm looking at that map, and there's some overlapping there, but you know, we were talking about like Ottumwa, doing with that. What's the difference? What makes the people in Ottumwa more important than the people over on closer to Aliceville or West Fayette?
I really believe the Ottumwa siren is there for the boat ramp.
For the boat
Not for
ramp,
the
which
people.
really doesn't get used as
Right,
much anymore.
yeah. I think that was the original intent, was to have one of each in the boat ramp. And Jesse, you were talking about putting a screen up here. I saw another county had, a whiteboard kinda like that, and then they had a projector. And they projected on it, and that way they could draw on the whiteboard with the image on it. You can't do that with a TV. So, that might be another
You
option.
can once.
That might be an option.
Either way.
Yeah.
Run it by Brad, see what's the easiest.
Mm-hmm.
We have screens downstairs in the EOC, and we used to have projectors. So, I mean, pros and cons on both.
Think about a projector.
Well, you could get one of these, and then you could have an iPad or something like that where you could draw on the screen, which is, in the courtroom, that happens all the time.
Really?
And then this has, I don't know if you know what this thing is, but
Xbox 3.
it's an Elmo. And the Elmo, you put this up, and whatever is here will project onto the screen, and then you can, I use that in the courtroom all the time when I have maps and I have witnesses identifying different things.
Just an old projector.
Overhead
Small
projector.
overhead
Mhm.
projector, basically what it is. but a lot smaller than what they used to be.
Well, this one is compact, so it can travel.
What, Mr. Cooper's gonna be on?
No, he's
Yeah.
coming,
Oh, he's coming?
he's coming here.
Goldberg?
What's that?
Was Goldberg there?
Nope, he's coming too.
Oh.
This was gonna be, Mr. Cooper has the PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Nylander's that, tricky that you need to have a PowerPoint presentation to go through. So, while we have
Is there really a Siren Jacob Creek on this?
It's on Fitch Hill.
No,
That's Grizzly.
that's Grizzly.
It is.
It's on
Jacob's
Fitch
Creek.
Lebo.
That's
Jacob.
Jacob, yeah.
Yeah. Barely, that siren barely
Barely
gets
gets,
it.
barely gets to it. That thing's right there about that point.
Yeah, it barely gets it to, and then it's overlapping into this and
Mhm.
a lot. I don't
That's
know
the only reason I can think of that.
what this siren is.
I mean, population.
I have no idea. Sitting right there at the southwest corner of the dam.
And that boat ramp doesn't get
Yeah.
used as much.
Well, they do that so they can make sure they cover 99.9% of the way. That's what it's for.
What was it gonna cost to get one down?
I don't know.
A chainsaw.
Change.
I was gonna say solid.
Well, you want to pay the siren for parts.
What's this in here? Is there a siren there?
Computer.
Yeah,
And where,
there's two at John Redmond, there's one at Otter Creek and one at, the makeup screen house.
they do a lot of overlapping.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we're doing it, instead of so much overlapping, we could maybe spread it out and do away with some of them.
You gotta be careful where you set them.
Right. But-
Based on the terrain, so that they get good signal from our antenna. But yeah, if they're already there, we could send some out, we could do.
That map doesn't show exactly where the siren is.
Oh.
That map doesn't.
Yeah,
This map
they're
shows
two
that.
different maps. I brought them both, cause they looked a little different.
You start to eliminate one though, you're gonna leave gaps in it.
But it's not.
No way to eliminate the gaps if you eliminate some towers.
You gotta remember, these towers were not put here for civilian. Yeah, they were put here because of Wolf Creek, is why all of them, but Gridley and Lebo, were put here to provide for Wolf Creek, not for local notifications and stuff,
We were just-
outdoors notifications.
We were just lucky enough to be able to use them for fire.
Right,
and tornadoes
exactly, right.
In the city.
We would not have them all if it hadn't been for Wolf Creek anyway.
True.
Well, it wasn't made for tornadoes or fires. It was made for Wolf Creek
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
issues. I know, I'd like to have one in the time I was behind Redmond Dam when the earthquake hit. Oh, would it make no difference? That was a eerie feeling.
Behind it or below it?
Below it.
Below it.
Mhm. I wasn't gonna swim out of it anyway.
You wouldn't be a bigger crack. So that's why you moved out of area.
That's why I moved to higher ground.
You're 6 up above it. Makes sense.
Have those antennas has all that been updated to that 500 megahertz stuff? They're the big, they run on the same frequency as the radios?
No, it has a low band frequency. I
Low band
believe.
frequency,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm pretty, is that, am I thinking right? Yep. Has a low band.
How long is that gonna be before they change that?
That's on our tower. As long as those sirens connect to it, it should stay there. I don't see that going away. Now, on a radio side, that stuff changes all the time.
Right,
But
right.
that's not connected.
Only got 7 meetings besides today.
I'm sorry?
I only got 7 meetings besides today this week.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
I'm good, sorry. You said you had a meeting.
You know, that Atomo siren covers probably the biggest majority of John Redmond than any of us. Thank you.
You got reamers pulling out there and such that, up on the hill.
Yeah, I mean, it really covers a lot of square footage.
It doesn't cover Reamer Point, does it?
It doesn't.
But there's another one that also covers Reamer Point.
Does that Neustron cover Rivers Point?
Yeah, the Neustron covers Reamer's Point, and also, what's the one south of Neustron? No, there's 2 of them. This one would be the Neustron.
No, it's still there. Otter Creek?
Yeah, it's still there, that's what we was just kinda discussing, I mean, there's 2 people that live there.
Oh, there's one at, Coffee County Lake North, and one at Coffee County Lake South.
Just looking at the surface of the water in the area of that one there on Atomo covers a lot. And the others just overlap tremendously.
Yeah.
But you know, you ever watch people when a siren blows? It doesn't matter what it's blowing for, they don't pay attention anymore anyway. They got their phones back in.
Yeah, we run behind quite a little bit, then we turn around and leave that up.
Didn't take long to catch it up.
That normally doesn't happen.
You know, if we're doing these maps to protect for the public's information, I could see, we're talking of digging a hole and moving a pole. We don't have, you know, Vito becomes, there ought to be, one of them ought to be moved to Vito. And then I'd say again, like Aliceville, we don't have anything for Aliceville over in that area. Look at all of them we've got right in here.
I could see Vito Junction being
I mean, it wouldn't be that big of a deal to dig a hole and
you
move a
could
pole.
put it right there to the JSB building, couldn't you? No.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, JSB would.
You can put it right there.
Mhm.
You got your backup generator system?
The backup, siren cabinet is up there too.
But sirens have battery backup too.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't have to worry about a battery there.
And,
You still have to have a battery?
Shouldn't, but they come with that.
Well,
It's a redundancy safety feature.
right.
I just figure if the power's gone, the generator's gonna be running, it wouldn't need a battery backup.
Again, redundancy.
It freaks some people out for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But you're only gonna use it
that aren't used to hearing a siren, all of a sudden hear a siren.
if, you're only gonna use it though, in an emergency.
They would be tested, there'd be like a growl test that dispatch does. And then every year we sound all the sirens for the statewide tornadoes.
Good idea, Bob.
Check it off my
Better,
list.
better mark that one
I'll
out.
mark it off my list.
You could've used that in Discovery.
And
And at Aliceville, we would have to look at some studies, we might have to get another siren study for that or something, to see if that's too far out away, I don't know. We just have to kind of look at it.
You mean for radio
Yeah.
signal?
Yeah,
That's pushing it a long way.
it's pushing it a little bit, but goes to Waverly and Leroy.
Yeah,
It should be.
just thinking, we've got the center of the county covered double, 3, 4 times sometimes, but we don't have the outlying people to. And you know, the Aliceville actually could be on the edge of it doesn't have to be right in Aliceville.
It could be this way, 5 miles or 2 miles and still catch it.
Mr. Cooper's just outside of town, so if you wanna take a break, talk about something different.
That was just kind of discussing the siren, Beto Junction. If we're gonna eliminate one, we might ought to put one up at Beto Junction at the JSP building. Instead of taking one completely down out of service, move it up there.
That would absolutely cover the potential growth that we're looking at.
Yeah.
And then Bob said something about Aliceville and Beto. Bob said it, so. Amber didn't know about it. The radio would be able to hit the tower over at the Aliceville area. It'd be easy to throw one up at JSP building. I'd say easy, but a lot of stuff's there.
One of the things that I was gonna bring up later, but why not now? The NextEra people for the transmission line, the Posinelli firm, Schultz, who came, and he was one of the people who was here, I don't know, several months ago. Actually, the only presentation that we've had here locally regarding the NextEra project. He contacted me last week, and I think he's contacted some of the other counties. The KCC approved the utility request or certificate for NextEra, but had a requirement of NextEra that they provide basically the line, and that's still in process. So according to the attorney, there will be an additional meeting at some point in time, and it only has to be in one county, which I don't know why it's just one county. I think that's what the law says. So could be here, could be Allen County, could be
Could be in Missouri.
just for the Blackberry line, they
Yes.
can call NextEra, but
Yes. So in my conversation with the attorney, I suggested, because of some of the questions that have been asked of each of you, some more than others, that they come here and present to the county whether they do it in additional locations or not, because there are a lot of questions here about the line and about eminent domain and about NextEra, just for lack of better wording, potentially dropping a bulldozer in and just making a line through Coffee County into Anderson County and through Allen County. So he seemed to be receptive, but I don't know if that will happen or not.
receptive, but maybe didn't care.
Well, if there's a chance they could even be here next Monday night, the 5 counties meet in Iowa. And of course, Anderson County is the one that's promoting that most of the time, but it'd be good to have that discussion prior to what's now become a monthly meeting.
Well, that's part of why I brought it up now, because I think it's important that NextEra, generically speaking, as a whole, they're aware that the counties are concerned, the utility certificate itself versus protecting Coffee County land owners are two different things. So Coffee County landowners, my understanding from the conversations here locally, are what's most important to each of you. Yes. So that's where that is. So we'll see if something gets set up. Hopefully they'll follow through, and that will happen sooner rather than later.
It'd be nice to have that on Monday.
It'd be good to have it here on Monday.
Can we call somebody and see if they can come in Monday?
We sure can try. I guess the worst they can say is no.
No? Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cooper, creditor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Not sure how you wanted to do this.
Looks like you got handouts, so I have this if you wanted to put something up here.
You need a computer? We got it.
Yep, I'll get it set up.
Should have been. What are you doing here?
What are you bringing?
He thinks he works here.
He has been keeping the campground quiet over there.
Has he?
Yeah. Hasn't been too rowdy.
I knew you were there.
Yeah. I invaded him.
You're disturbing his peace.
I think so, maybe.
Maybe you're just checking on him. All angles to that.
They're on the screen too.
7 days of behavior, pretty tough. Then Mark shows us something running.
If you want to give one more.
Not everybody has nameplates, who's who?
I try to cover mine up. I will announce, David Cooper, Nylander presentation for our 11 o'clock. Mr. Cooper has the floor and the TV and our attention.
Well, this is more or less spur of the moment. Your county attorney and I were speaking, and I pointed out that I had given this presentation once or twice. I don't know if any of you have seen it. If this presentation, I've developed it and used it three times. I've used it at 2 different new county commissioners training sessions for the KAC January training. I've done it for just an ordinary KAC ongoing training during the COVID period of time. I was sitting in my office not looking at anybody. I've given this at the Sheriff's School. I've given it at the Sheriff's Association meeting. So I speak a lot when I speak about this, about county commissions and the sheriffs, because that's typically where I'm lined up in representing somebody. Oddly enough, clerks don't get sued very much. Registers of deeds don't get sued very much. County attorneys never get sued, at least not successfully. and treasurers, oddly enough, the only time I'm dealing with treasurers is when I'm dealing with tax refunds, income tax refunds.
Sorry, I gotta have a little delay.
That's all right.
May I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean it in any way, but I've been here for 16 years and I've heard a dozen different sides of this. What makes yours the way it is? What makes yours, is yours the correct answer?
I'm not saying I'm the correct answer,
I'm not
but
understanding.
I'm saying, one, I was there.
Okay, that's close enough. I just was curious.
Lincoln County versus Nylander is my case.
All right, so
I was Nylander's attorney at the time.
I was just curious. I've heard, there's so many different opinions on this, and I've heard a lot of them. So.
Well,
but I want to hear yours, so I just shut up.
Okay, well, this was developed to be a 50-minute presentation.
Top one.
The PowerPoint.
This one or this one?
That one, Lincoln County Revisited. Now, the paper you have is the slides, so if you want to save that on your hard drive, you can. So let's get this up so you can follow along. I mean, you've got the paper in front of you as well, but it's, there we go. Go ahead and no. This is the PowerPoint presentation. I should note that my email address is no longer fisherpatterson.com, it's fpsslaw.com. But if you use that email address, it'll get to me. I talk about this case, again, it's from the perspective of somebody who was there, who litigated this, and tries to wonder why everybody has so many fights and arguments about what it is and what it means. And because I was there, because it was, I've become associated with it, especially to the sheriffs across the state, I figured that I could share some views with you that might be helpful to you, maybe not. This first slide is a press release that the Supreme Court issued when the decision came down. That was my first suggestion, that this was something not ordinary, because not very many of my cases in front of the Supreme Court wind up with a press release. There's very few cases they issue a press release when they issue a decision. But I wanted to, in order to help you understand what it means and why I'm coming to this saying what I'm saying, you need to understand the background of the case and what the fight was about. For the background of the case, I'm going to leave this presentation and get a little more homey with you. I came to this case because I represented a deputy by the name of Jack Jackson. And Jackson had been a deputy in Saline County and took a job in Beloit as a police officer. And he arrested a guy on a DUI who didn't like the fact that he followed him home and followed him into his house to arrest him after the guy failed to stop at several stop signs. And he really treated the situation like home base. As long as I get into my house, I'm okay, you're not going to tag me for this DUI. Well, he did. And the man sued, and so I was defending the city of Beloit and then Officer Jackson in this lawsuit, claiming that he had unlawfully entered this man's house to arrest him for DUI. And then Jackson got hired by the newly elected Ray Nylander in Lincoln County. And as background, you should understand that Ray Nylander got elected to the sheriff in Lincoln County on a platform of, I'm going to address the methamphetamine problems that we have in this county. And as part and parcel of him doing that, he hired Jack Jackson, who had a lot of interdiction experience on I-70 in Saline County. So you've got an officer who has a lot of experience, and when you talk about interdiction, a lot of interdiction is stopping people and seeing if there is a reason to go further for a criminal investigation, which entails pulling people over for ticky-tack stuff. And you've come to find out that a lot of people in Lincoln County had come to understand that if you had Lincoln County plates, you didn't get stopped by the sheriff's department. And they started complaining to the commissioners about this aggressive Jack Jackson, Deputy Jackson, who was violating their rights by stopping them for no reason, but when he found drugs in their car, they'd get charged with drug charges. Well, it wasn't usual at the time for the county commission to be getting a lot of complaints about a particular deputy. And what they did, what they decided to do at that time is they told Sheriff Nylander, Jack Jackson's fired, we don't want him anymore. And the sheriff said, you can't do that. And Jack Jackson kept coming to work, and the sheriff pointed out there's a statute that says you can't do that. And so the county counselor, or not the county counselor, but the county commission called up a certain 800 number for an insurance company, talked to that lawyer, and they said, well, if you do it pursuant to a uniform personnel policy, you can do that. So that the Board of County Commissioners at the next meeting adopted a new personnel policy that says we, the Board of County Commissioners, are the final word on who works for the county, and we're the final word on who's hired and fired for any department in the county. And then their next action was to fire Jack Jackson again. And Jackson came, and Nylander said, you can't do that. And Jackson came to work the next week, and they kept drawing his paychecks. And that's how it kept coming in front of the Board of County Commissioners, is there's a voucher for a payroll check. And they said, we fired this guy. And Nylander said, you can't fire this guy. Only I can fire this guy. And I don't want to fire this guy. That's the primary background. There's also an overlay that it relates to budgets, budgetary expenses. Now, this is occurring in January of year 2 of Nylander's tenure. And in year 1, he went over his budget. Come in, find there's a lot of problems in the jail. We're not actually feeding people what we're supposed to be feeding. Hey, it would be nice if we had tires on our patrol cars that had tread on them, things like that. And oh, by the way, when you do a lot of interdiction work, you go through tires pretty darn regular. Long story short, he had exceeded his budget, but he had done it in the prior year, but he had done it with the vote and approval of the Board of County Commissioners. Bottom line, I need gas in my cars and tires on my cars, and I need electricity in the jail in order to do the things I'm supposed to do. I've gone over my budget, but that's what this money is being spent on. They approved it. Well, in order to address the going over the budget thing, they adopted a new policy as well. All county departments, other than the highway department, must say Mother May I to the Board of County Commissioners for any expenditure over $250. And oddly enough, the light bill costs more than $250. a set of tires is more than $250. You see where we're going with that. These are all items that were within the sheriff's budget, but for everything that was over $250 and a voucher showed up on the county, in front of the county commission to approve that expenditure, they're like, you didn't ask us before we can do this. And he's saying, it's within my budget. Remember when we fixed my budget last year, we increased my budget to cover my costs, projected over the entire year. I'm not gonna go over my budget. But my light bill's gonna be over $250 every month, and I'm not gonna come ask you, can I turn the lights on in the jail before we do it? So we're there, and now we've got this fight where, one, regular expenditures are coming in front of the county commission over $250 without a mother may I slip. And they're wanting to get rid of Jackson, and the sheriff keeps saying, no, he's my deputy, and you're gonna keep paying his salary. So the Board of County Commissioners went to court. They sued the sheriff and the deputy, asking for an injunction, an order from the court saying do something or don't do something. One, to prohibit the sheriff from employing Jackson. Two, to keep Jackson from continuing to show up for work. Three, to stop the sheriff from spending over $250 without saying, mother may I. And the district court granted that injunction. This is where I became involved. I knew this was going on. And I had written a brief that said, here's the statute that talks about budgetary authority, and here's the statute that talks about who has the power to hire and fire, but the court entered the injunction. So we appealed to the Kansas Court of Appeals, and without my request, the Supreme Court reached down and took it and said, we'll decide that one. Oddly enough, the treasurers, the registers of deeds, county clerks, and the sheriffs all got involved. Now, at that time, they were all separate organizations, not affiliated with the KAC. They had had a falling out. That's gone back and forth over time. But they filed a friend of the court brief and just said, basically, they wanted to preserve what their statutory authority was. All right, so there's the background. One more thing to all of that. I did all of that work. I did this appeal, and when I say all of that work, I wrote a brief, and I argued it in front of the Supreme Court. And as I told Wade the other day, it's the only argument I've had in front of the Kansas Supreme Court where they didn't ask me a single question. Not a single question. But they had a lot of questions for the other guy. All right. So we're talking about the divvying up of power and authority among elected officials in counties. And I just have to point out, this goes back to our civics classes. It's a lot like checks and balances and the different branches of government. But this is by design in the Kansas Constitution and Kansas statutes. The power and authority is divvied up among separate elected officials, and that's not by accident. It's not the most efficient by any stretch of the imagination, right? There's a better way to do this that would be cheaper for everybody. But that's not how our government is run. We're not designed to be particularly most efficient. But the legislative power is vested in the legislature, and then the legislature was then required to divvy up power and authority among counties and townships. I don't know how many if you even have active townships in this county. I have two sets of problems that arise with townships all the time. Is when the road guy does something to somebody's adjacent property, usually taking a batwing mower and going down a line of trees and turning them into very ugly artworks. Or when they don't put a sign up on one of on a township road where you can't put up a sign and something bad happens. But the legislature created counties as corporate entities, and by statute created you, the Board of County Commissioners, to be the governing body of that corporate entity. But the legislature also, whoops, I went backwards, created the offices of the county clerk, the treasurer, the sheriff, register of deeds, and the county attorney. County attorney doesn't get involved in this discussion a lot because they have separate issues. But the Board of County Commissioners and the elected officials are co-equals within the limits of your county, your territorial limits. There's a lot of, well, there are a number of Attorney General opinions that address this. There's a court case that I cite to that addresses this, but this is kind of the rub, and this is my message. You're not the boss of him, he's not the boss of you, you're not the boss of them, they're not the boss of you. And lots of people seem to take that you're not the boss of me, and that should be the end of the argument. You're not my boss, I can't get to do what I want. No, there are limits on what folks get to do. And this home rule authority that's embedded, constitutional home authority for cities, it's statutory home rule for counties. That's either fortunate or unfortunate, because every time a county does something the legislature doesn't like, they go do another amendment to the county home rule statute to say, well, here's another thing you can't tinker with and deal with at a local level. But again, city home rule powers are constitutional, by the way, and if you talk about this in modern civics and any of the state universities, they're barely going to know what we're talking about constitutional home rule or statutory home rule. But you, counties, have it under statutory home rule, and you were empowered as the Board of County Commissioners to transact all your local legislation as you see fit at a local level. Bottom line, as an example, if your nuisance abatement, if you're availing yourself of the statutes to abate nuisances isn't getting it done well enough, you can adopt your own as a better way of skinning that particular cat. But again, statutes, you have all the authority except any resolution adopted by a county which restricts with this restriction. So you have all the authority with the exception of those listed in the statute. So the problem is there's 38 of those exceptions. You can do whatever you want except this, and there's 38 of them so far. One of those is a prohibition on exempting yourself or changing the applicability of 19302, 19502B, 19503, 19805, 19122, and those are all the statutes that empowers an elected official, substitute the word elected official for sheriff in that slide, to appoint, promote, demote, and dismiss additional deputies or assistants necessary to carry out their function. So there's equivalent language for each of the county clerk, register of deeds, treasurer. And so the decision comes out, and again, if you think I've been cavalier about this, I thought this case was a non-issue from the beginning. Why? I was presented the issue. I went and I read the statute, and I said, well, that seems pretty black and white to me. why can't we do what the statute says, which is, when it comes to hiring, firing, promotion, and demotion, the elected official is the final say, and the Board of County Commissioners can't override that. So if you want a sheriff deputy gone, you need a different sheriff. And sheriffs don't like it when I say that. This became part of the decision in the Lincoln County case, and I thought it was no surprise. And again, I put that press release up front, and it's like, why am I getting a press release where the Supreme Court's announcing this statute means what it says? So that's really all the Lincoln County case says, is these statutes mean what they say. The problem is a lot of people want to bend the statute to mean something other than what they actually say. And the language in the case continues to it just talks about it. The elected officials have the sole power to hire, fire, promote, and demote their deputies and assistants. You, the Board of County Commissioners, can't change that through home rule powers. So trying to get around who gets a promotion, who gets a demotion, who gets hired, who gets fired, and trying to control those things through a uniformly applicable personnel policy, that doesn't work. That's not how it works. And the Supreme Court said this conclusion just follows from the black and white language of the statute. And again, they mean what they say. So you can't adopt or enforce an anti-nepotism policy with respect to personnel of one of those elected offices. And there was a period of time virtually all counties had anti-nepotism policies. And I can point you to at least, not just one, I think 3 or 4 different counties where the sheriff and somebody high up in the chain of command in the sheriff is a spouse or a blood relative, usually a twin brother or something like that. And so there are attorney general opinions that go out there. It's like, hey, by the way, that in one county that I'm thinking of, that came to be where, well, they weren't violating the anti-nepotism policy because they got hired as deputies, they became sergeants at the same time, and neither was ever supervising the other. But eventually one of them gets elected, and there's no question, but this guy supervises this guy. And they wanted to say, well, your nepotism policy means your brother has to resign. It's like, no, he doesn't, because you can't tell me who I can fire and not fire. The county commission doesn't have the authority to require any of the elected officials to, according to this attorney general opinion, to follow procedures regarding random drug testing. I don't particularly agree with that. And there's a couple of different ways where we go through there, but when it's a uniform personnel policy, I've run into this with respect to investigations of claims of harassment and discrimination. You, as the Board of County Commissioners, are required by both state law and federal law to address and effectuate and remedy unlawful harassment. And you can adopt uniform procedures as to how that's going to be addressed. In other words, you can have complaints come into, I don't care, your county manager, your county administrator, your county attorney, your county clerk as your HR person. Different counties do it differently. But you can say, on an across-the-board basis, anybody who submits one of these complaints, we're going to investigate it. And we run into somebody and an elected official says, you can't investigate my department. Yeah, we can investigate your department, but what we're going to do about it, we can't say fire that person because they're harassing, but you can certainly turn over that investigation and say, here are the results of our investigation. It's your statutory obligation to do the right thing and fix this. And the same thing about random drug testing. if we have a countywide, this is my personal opinion, it's not the Attorney General's opinion, that if you want to have a countywide random drug testing policy, you can do that. Now, that's of employees, that's not of elected officials. You can't go make the sheriff pee in a cup, you can't make the clerk pee in a cup, and vice versa, they can't make you pee in a cup. But when it comes to if it's a uniformly applicable policy, it's my opinion, based on the statute and the language of the Supreme Court opinion, is that you can have that policy. We will, and if it's a valid, I do have to do that caveat. It needs to be a valid random drug testing policy, which means it's got to be random and you're testing critical safety sensitive positions. So you're not going to be able to randomly test people who don't do anything with a safety sensitive position. Other Attorney General opinions, the treasurer can fund positions out of their state, this is, you're very familiar with here. But that doesn't mean that county treasurer gets to set their own salary. You can authorize the payment of bonuses to employees, but if you don't do it, well, the individual elected authorities can't pay themselves bonuses out of that. But the statute's silent about the issue of bonuses, and if the pay plan doesn't prohibit such bonuses, if the money's in their budget, bonuses can happen. If your pay plan prohibits such bonuses, well, because the uniformly applicable personnel policy and the uniformly applicable pay plan is the power of the county commission to control what does and doesn't happen on an individual basis in each of those departments. You can adopt personnel policies that are not specific to one person. So you can't, again, this is my opinion, you can't create a personnel policy or a pay plan that says the red-headed #1 assistant to the sheriff who gets paid here, that position doesn't exist anymore. In other words, you can't target one person. You can't do a carve-out that goes after one person. Again, going back to the nepotism policy, you also can't do a carve-out that says, that points to, well, we can't force you to fire your brother, but we can say you can't pay that position. In that instance, it was going to be a captain, anything more than this. And essentially, they moved the captain's lines down below everybody else. Now, the sheriff got around that, but he said, fine, he's my undersheriff. You can't control what I pay my undersheriff. But I don't recommend you get to that degree of granularity. Again, you can adopt a countywide pay plan that is applicable to all the people hired by the sheriff. Now, you can adopt that pay plan, but you can't tell the sheriff where somebody falls on it. So if the sheriff wants to hire somebody in at a Secretary 3, they're a Secretary 3.
But they can't go ahead and promote just because.
They can promote.
Well, they can promote. Let me think this up. Let me think on the question.
Okay, because I'm going to try to anticipate. They are a Secretary 2 or 1 on the pay plan, and the sheriff wants them to get the salary at Secretary 3. They can promote to Secretary 3.
Okay.
On the other hand, if they're a Secretary 3 and they're at the top of the pay plan, there's not a Secretary 4. You can't create the Secretary 4 position out of whole cloth.
Right.
And can't create and I've seen people who get around this, and when they call me, I tell them, yep, they get to do that. Well, they're no longer a secretary, they're actually a, what do they call those positions? It's a non-sworn civilian position. Crime analyst is what they call it. and they pay them the equivalent of a detective's salary. That's how they get around it.
Change your code.
Yes. Lincoln County also affects budgeting, spending, how performance evaluations are done, and it's been my experience that a lot of folks start staking out territory, and so, you know, again, must an elected official say "Mother, may I" before spending their approved budget? The answer to that is no. Once that budget's approved by the county commission, it's that elected officials to spend. And I tell the elected folks all the time, it should be one of those things, but one usually does not poop where one eats. So when you start to get into arguments with your board of county commissioners, okay, well, if you want to fight about it this year, that's fine, but they have to, your budget's got to be approved by them this next year. Remember when you're coming back. And the case addresses that as well, and there are attorney general opinions that address that as well. When it comes to budget for financing of the operation of that elected official's office, you have to approve it. If it's what they need to do their job, that has to be approved. I have a corollary presentation about this where I do talk about county liability. And the one area that you really don't want to try to spend money and teach a lesson is how we treat folks in jail. Because when someone dies in jail because our healthcare budget wasn't enough, I can give you a list of $10 and $11 million jury verdicts that arise from improper healthcare in a jail facility. So there's an expectation that they will budget for what they need to do their job, and that amount has to be approved. And the elected official, once they have that budget, is free to spend it. But when the rub comes when we have unbudgeted expenditures, unexpected bills, and the case discussed that versus necessary versus unnecessary. If it's a necessary expenditure, but they've already exceeded their budget, you still have to amend your budget and approve it, which means you should be getting along to anticipate these expenditures and to have enough money on hand to actually address these. And let me give you a for instance, and I hate to pick on the sheriff, but that's the number one area where if we get into a running shootout with somebody, and there's an exchange of gunfire, and we manage to shoot 2 or 3 bad guys who are really bad guys who deserve to be in jail, and now they are up at KU Med Center requiring round-the-clock guards, and you're going to get that bill, and you don't have any choice but to pay that bill. Now, how many of those do you have budgeted right now?
Zero.
Okay.
Shoot better.
That's a separate discussion that I'm not going to say on YouTube. Those expenditures come, and you don't have a choice but to pay for them. There'll be any number of surprise expenditures that come along, especially affecting the sheriff, but also your road and bridge. You get a flood that washes out 4 roads and you don't have money, you're still going to fix those roads. So the rub comes down to, is it necessary or not necessary? If it's necessary, you have to fund it. If it's not necessary, you don't have to fund it. And the mechanism that you get around this, again, when push comes to shove, is you're the ones who levy the taxes and literally sign off on every bill. when push comes to shove, the court talks about, well, the remedy for the elected official who has an expenditure that is necessary, but you don't want to put the stamp on it and actually eat the expenditure, is for that elected official to sue you to cause you to do your job, which is raise the money to pay the bills for what's necessary. The problem is, if you're having that sort of lawsuit, you're having a judge decide how you should run your county, and you're having a judge decide what's necessary to do law enforcement work, county clerk work, you name it, in your jurisdiction. And that's a fight that really shouldn't happen. And I don't come here intending to make this about the sheriff, but the sheriff is where you've got the greatest amount of liability and the greatest amount of unplanned expenditures that can just turn around and bite you. Because the sheriff is responsible for what his people do, and if his people screw up, the sheriff has to pay for it. Out of his bond, he's responsible for it statutorily, and under the Tort Claims Act, if the sheriff has to pay for it, you have to write the check. And so it's better to have well-trained people who don't create liabilities and well-run jails that don't let people die, get sick, all those sorts of things within the jail. Again, there's this long list of duties imposed on the sheriff, and just as a credit, there are 18 slides in this. If I was listing all the duties and responsibilities of the county clerk, it'd be about 40 slides long. If you just do the searches on the number of duties and responsibilities that fall statutorily to the county clerk, that is like more than a 2-hour or education submission about just all the things the clerk is responsible for making sure happens, just check boxes in a statute. So the sheriff's stuck with the jail. There's Shawnee County got out of that by creating a Department of Corrections, but otherwise the sheriff is responsible for the jail. Statutes make the agency with custody the responsible party for inmate medical expenses. I can go through these cases, but I won't, but it's, I've already talked about just, all right, a running shootout where 2 people wind up at KU Med, one of them a paraplegic, you're going to be footing that bill. And if it's a serious crime, because I talk to sheriffs very intensely about managing this expense, and by and large, the best way to manage this is don't arrest sick people and get sick people out of your jail. That requires involvement of the county attorney, that it requires cooperation with your district judge about bonding people out. But there are some cases where bad guys do bad things, and we have to keep them in jail, and if we can't keep them in jail because they're sick or injured, we have to manage that medical expense as well. Again, the elected official, you're the ones who raise the money and pay the bills. There's actually statutes to say it's your job. I'm sure that's not a surprise to any of you, maybe a surprise to some of your constituents, but it's your job to raise the money and pay the bills for everybody, all the county's business in the county. And while the Board of County Commissioners is the agent of the county and has general control over the county's budget, that can't be utilized to restrict the jurisdiction and statutory obligation of your elected officials. And paying the bills equals tort liability. You're not subject to punitive damages. The individual official is. So they've got they've got an obligation to just do their job as well, just to avoid the punitive damage exposure and liability. I'm going to skip the punitive damage discussion, but when we're talking about Tort claims liability, that's $500,000 for ordinary, what we call ordinary torts under state law that does not apply to civil rights claims. So illegal discrimination, Fourth Amendment violations, uses of excessive force, failure to provide medical care to inmates, those are all federal civil rights. So there's no cap on that. And yeah, it's in I'm not going to throw all the slides up there, but some of these cases, just something about if you have a deputy or a corrections officer who doesn't understand that the person who's drunk, honest to God drunk, but also having a stroke, and this is a Denver case, so you have a mid to high level construction manager who's pulling down 6 figures a year, pretty substantial 6 figures a year, who gets drunk, gets arrested, he's in the drunk tank, and he starts to have the stroke, the whole drooping, slurring words, all those sorts of things. And if that person had gotten medical care right away to go in there and get that clot broken up, get that stroke broken up, he would have had virtually no deficits. But when we finally realize 2 days later he's not still drunk and he still has the paralysis, it's too late to fix the problem. And that was almost $10 million judgment. And so your sheriff has to be able to have the time and personnel to actually get that sorted out. Is this really a problem or not? And they should be erring on the side of let's get that person in front of a healthcare professional to sort this out, as opposed to crossing our fingers and hoping for the best so we can manage our budget. That's the message I bring. I've got lots of discussion about what goes wrong when we do these things. Okay, there's the one. But the decision of who works for the elected officials, it's theirs. The approved budget is just that, the approved budget, they get to spend it. When push comes to shove, the elected official is the boss of their office, but that's not a power to run amok. You've got the authority to, as a county commission, to levy the budget, control their actions through budget, control certain actions through uniformly applicable personnel policies. But at the end of the day, I want people to remember we're all elected officials, answerable to the voters. You have responsibility to the voters. Cooperation works better than non-cooperation. And the checks and balances in all of this that we've been talking about are there for a purpose. And again, it makes sense that when we're all rowing in the boat together, rowing the same direction, things go better for everybody involved. I'm going to conclude by one other thing, which now, just a caveat, I represent the county right now in a lawsuit involving a Board of Zoning Appeals thing right now. We have historically represented the Board of County Commissioners many times. But in all of these talks across the state, I've literally gone corner to corner having this talk. I'm the guy who has his name associated with this case. And I get calls from elected county officials across the state asking me to sue the county commission. And my answer is always no. First, it's a really bad business model for me. The things I do is I represent local units of government. When you ask me, what do I do? If you can sue a city, county, or school district for it, that's what I do. So it's a bad business model for me to sue any of the people that I do regular business for, because now I can't do business for them anymore. So when we have these issues and somebody wants me to sue somebody about it, the answer is a flat no, I won't do it. On the flip side, my office handled one of your lawsuits by a local elected official before. Well, I defended you, I didn't sue you. Or my partner defended you, we didn't sue you. My point being there, and I've told Wade this, when these issues come up, I tell both sides, I won't sue anybody for you, but I'll come down and mediate it for you, because I'm gonna tell both sides the same thing. My answer on any of these issues is the same, no matter who I'm talking to. If I'm telling you, you can't do it, I'm telling them they can do it. Vice versa, if I'm telling you, you can't do it, or yes, they can do it, I'm gonna tell you the same thing. And I'm happy to mediate these disputes, or just come down and tell you what I think about them. But you asked, why listen to me? Well, I've already told you I don't agree with the Attorney General 100% of the time, but my thought is, we're all supposed to get along together and move forward and do the work of the people who voted for us and are paying the taxes to get you here. And when there is some fly in the ointment or grit in the gears, I'm happy to come see if we can work that out in a way that lets you all move forward. Questions, thoughts? That's my presentation. Very rarely do I get through this talk without getting more than one question.
I would just say basically what you said is what it's always been my feeling on it too. The government may not be perfect, but it was set up that way for reasons, and it is, so.
Right.
I don't know what our insurance is set up for on liabilities that you continue to keep talking about. 10 million here, 10 million here, or greater. A small county like us, what is the proper coverage if we need our insurance to cover our backside?
No, that's...
And I don't know where we're at.
We fall under the tort law.
I'm sorry?
We have the tort law.
Well,
I'm sure, but at what level, that's what I'm asking.
Typically, I think you have, if it's a tort claims, it means it falls under the state law, it's $500,000 cap. If it falls under the civil rights law, it's $1 million cap, and I think you have a $2 million aggregate. That's the typical policy your insurance company sells across the state. By the way, that is why these horror stories are in here. It's because when you tighten the budget down to the point where the sheriff is not willing to, well, I don't want to eat that bill and run that person to the hospital, I think we're okay. When it turns out you were wrong, that's a $10 million bill. I've just told you, I believe yours is a $1 million policy. That means if that happens, this county's going to levy $9 million to pay the balance. How many of you read Kansas?
So there's no top to that. We're liable for the 10 million.
You're liable for whatever a jury gives that person for that violation.
It could be 100 million.
A certain jurisdiction somewhere north and east of here just settled a case for $12.5 million.
Everybody's looking for easy money anymore.
Every penny of that is going to have to be raised through property taxes.
But you explained it real well and I understand, but let's put it in layman terms so that those people out there know that we as a county commissioner have no authority over any other elected officials, employees. Is that correct? As far
Directly, no.
Right.
Hire, fire, promote, demote. Right. You as the county commission have no control over the deputies, the deputy clerks, the assistant clerks, register of deeds, wage folks.
So let's just look at the pink elephant. The pink elephant in the room.
We're all equal.
The pink elephant in the room, drug screens.
Yeah, I've showed you there's an attorney general opinion that says you can't. I don't agree with that.
Now, you cannot make an elected official, but how about their employees?
You can say.
It's in the policy manual, do their employees have to? Can they opt?
That's my opinion is yes, those people have to submit to a random drug screen. What happens to a hot outcome is a different matter. In other words, you can say all employees who were born on a Thursday whose name starts with a Y, and if that's 0, okay, then nobody's getting drug screened. If it happens to be 10, and again, it's gotta be applicable to safety-sensitive positions. So if they properly fall under an appropriately crafted drug screen, those people need to pee in a cup and be drug
But
screened.
you
Okay,
said
but-
safety sensitive. All safety sensitive individuals.
If you're gonna that's, the reason to have random drug screens is to assure that folks who are in safety-sensitive positions, in other words, a position where if somebody's high, there's a high likelihood somebody's gonna get injured or killed, those people, that's the reason to have those positions. Those are people who run trash trucks, because those are, you know, $12,000 pieces of deadly equipment, or 12,000-pound pieces of deadly equipment.
So let's just pick on Andrea. She's a administrative assistant for the commission. Is that,
No?
but.
You
if
put her
we-
behind the wheel of the car, it's a different
But
question.
if we say, Andrea, you're gonna take random drug screens.
You're not allowed to do that for non-safety sensitive positions. That's the point about having an appropriately crafted drug testing policy, is you can't just make everyone do it. There's gotta be some connection to the work safety. And by the way, there's a secondary part of that. It's not just random drug screening, there's reasonable suspicion drug screening.
Right, and you can do that at any time.
Correct.
You got your pre-employment, you got your reasonable suspicion.
It's the random ones that we run into the problems with, and people are, by and large, in some of those policies that I've seen across the state are about 15, 20 years out of date. And it's like, you know, you really should, we've had a case, an ugly case, where it's like this person tested positive and they insist they didn't ingest anything, what have you, may have been a contact high or something like that, but when ultimately find out you shouldn't have tested that person at all. I mean, it would have been, or someone in her position is like, that test shouldn't have happened.
So basically, everybody who works in the office here at the courthouse doesn't need to be subject to random.
The way I put it is if you give them a 6,000 pound deadly weapon called a car, they fall in the safety sensitive position.
I see, okay.
If they're working around heavy equipment.
Falls back on my thing, if they drive a county vehicle,
Control.
there's, should be under the
What's
random drug screen.
on an elected official though, if they're an employee of an elected official and it came back positive,
The discipline that arises from that positive test rests solely in the elected official's
that's
hands.
where I was gonna get.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with us.
No. So they could continue, if they wish, working for the county.
Correct. No, they can continue drawing a county paycheck working for that elected official.
Yes.
David, question about, this was brought up, in another county. If I, as the county attorney, wanna hire somebody, and I ask for permission from the board, and the board says, no, you need to follow the pay plan, can the county stop that because the payroll software is under the administration of the Board of County Commissioners? I was told that another county, that I won't say who it is, that's how they operate, and that's something that I've heard at other trainings that I've been to. Now, do I agree with that? No, but.
To be honest, for the county attorney, I have to look, but I don't think that's accurate. See, and the problem is, my experience with this is dealing with DAs instead of county attorneys.
Sure. Well, let's say it's another elected official, and they turn in a payroll sheet, and they say, I wanna hire employee X at step 5 instead of step 1, and the commissioners say, well, we'll approve it to go to the computer system to be approved if it's 1, but not at a 5, then the 5, or the elected official says, well, you can kiss my Nylander, and they go ahead and just do it anyways.
depends on what the step is, when we're talking about what does it take to be in that step. You know, if it's years of service or something like that, but I don't know that, I haven't seen a county pay plan that gets down to that level of granular. It's like we plug them in wherever they go, and that's where they go, and that's their pay. Am I answering your question?
So if the commissioners, every time somebody gets hired for the county, they have to sign off on it. They don't sign off on it, and the elected official says, well, I'm gonna go to payroll, the computer software, does that make sense? So the commissioners say, you better not, because it's the software and that system is owned by the county. They're in charge of the purse strings for the county. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure that I'm following, because if you're talking about, well, the steps are year 1, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4. So in order to be step 5, so what I'm talking about is grades 1, 2, 3. So grades 1, 2, 3, 4, and step A, B, C, D, E, F.
Right.
So if the sheriff or the county clerk or you say, I want to hire this secretary in step 5, grade F. If grade F requires 10 years of tenure in that rank, then no. It's grade 5, step 1. And I should come back to that, and this has been a terrible thing since the employment crunch. These pay plans are by and large having to go out the window or being wholesale because I've got clients with dispatches across the state that they are running on 3 people, and they're hiring temps from, you know, somebody who worked here 2 years ago who's willing to come here and work on the weekend because they can't hire staff. And again, same thing, corrections officers. You've got to keep your jail staffed, and if you're not paying, you know, if Casey's is paying more for not having urine and feces thrown at you, it's you're going to have to do something to incentivize people to come in and do that work.
So if an elected official comes in and said, I want to move all my people to the same step up, and we say, well, we'd rather not, and they say, I'm going to do it, they can do it, correct?
Same grade. In other words, if they say all of my people are grade 11, step 1, except for the people who've been here 2 years, they're grade 11, step 2. If they have the money in their budget, they can do that. Just remember they have to come back to get that budget replenished. Which is why, again, when you're doing these things, when you're developing the pay plan, instead of waiting around as an elected official to say, I don't like those steps, you're supposed to be at the table developing it so that there's a meaningful step in there for you, for your office. Because if you're trying to hire corrections officers at $9.75 an hour, it's not going to happen. These days, those $13 an hour won't get those filled.
You see a lot of counties hiring outside their county because of the
residency requirements are falling left and right because we just can't get the people. We need somebody. It's more important that somebody shows up and does the work as opposed to where they live.
So if an elected official has an employee and some of the commissioners don't care for it, they can just go remove that employee from an
Not an elected official, you can't.
You can't remove an elected official, period.
No, an employee of theirs.
If you have a countywide residency requirement,
No, I mean, if an employee is working for an elected official and somebody else or commission decides that they want to do away with that, they don't like that employee in that position,
yeah.
They can't just.
For an elected official, you can't go after that person,
Okay, now,
period. That's Jack
Since
Jackson.
you mentioned countywide resident deal, can we have that?
You can have a residency policy if you want to cripple your ability to actually get the work done.
Right. But elected officials can still go out and hire outside if they chose. even if we did have one.
The decision as to who to hire, well, that becomes the rub between, is that who do we hire, fire, promote, or demote, or is that a valid countywide policy, personnel policy? And that's a fight that hasn't been litigated?
There's a lot of, yeah, we're just touching on a lot of things that I've heard throughout the time. Who can do this, and who can do that, and what's been done, and what hasn't been done.
And I'll get, again, my personal opinion is residency requirements, those were great back when everybody wanted to work for the government. Those are terrible management decisions these days.
But at the same time, I'm just gonna play the other side. If the taxpayers of Coffee County are paying, shouldn't you have to live in their county? Should you have to be a taxpayer in that county too?
My answer to that is no.
No?
I'm here selling you my services. Yeah, I don't have to pay taxes in your county to sell you my services. I don't live here. You guys hire me from time to time. Now, why is that? They're professional services. There's a limited number of people who do what I do, and I can't live in all 105 counties.
Exactly. And I understand that part of it too.
It'd be the same sort of thing as, you can't work at the power plant unless you live here. How many people would you have at the power plant if they had a residency requirement?
There wouldn't be very many people there.
I'm great. I'm a hometown guy. I'm born, raised in Kansas. Still love my hometown, but the idea that you have to live in my hometown to work in my hometown, well, that'd be a pool of 250 people to draw from.
Seems to be getting smaller everywhere.
It does.
That's what that study showed that was presented to us 2 weeks ago. Over 2,000 of our citizens travel out of the county to work, and there's 2,100 coming into the county. So there are very few businesses that's got policy where you gotta live in your county to work.
Right.
That was very vivid the other day in that illustration.
Well, and again, from purely a management standpoint, do you want the job done and done well, or do you want to have your personal property, somebody paying part of their own salary by having to be a taxpayer here in this county? Which is more important? Again, back when everybody wanted to work for the government, that made sense, because that limited your pool and it made sure your locals. But how many unemployed folks do you have in this county who can't get a job if they want one?
Every sign of a business has help wanted.
So, my recommendation, again, for all of my clients, is to make yourself an attractive enough employer that anybody's willing, if they're willing to drive an hour to come work for you, you should be happy about that.
Tells you it's not so bad.
That's right.
Not so bad after all.
I will want to look up your county attorney question, because, again, county attorneys are different. And your ability to control who does and doesn't work for a county attorney through your personnel pay plan is very limited, because he has ethics responsibilities that trump everything in his job.
Thank you for coming
Thanks,
down.
thanks for
Very,
the
very
enlightening.
Very interesting.
All right, happy to, and again, like I said, when the questions arise, I'm happy to discuss them. And if there's a rub, I'm happy to help get the sand out of gears. But it's always my first and foremost opinion that we all ought to be rowing this boat in the same direction, trying to actually provide the best services you can for the folks who actually pay the freight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unless you copy that off.
Sure.
See you.
See you again.
I'm gonna be late for my 1 o'clock.
You better drive fast.
I don't know where it's at, but you better drive fast.
It'll be by phone, so.
Get an escort.
We can pretend we're in Coffee County, but once you cross that state line, county line, you're on your own.
I don't write tickets anymore, but I'll have some guys waiting for me.
I have a rule I never allow my clients to, tell their people to leave me alone. That's just a really bad look.
Yes, no doubt. Well, that concludes our morning. Want to recess until 1 p.m. Then we'll have Goldberg Architects, Larry Goldberg. Recess until 1 o'clock.
These, I hope you two back there, I hope that was educational for you two back there.
All right, we're back. Mr. Bobby.
Commissioners, thank you for letting me come before you today, and I will try to stay within the 15 minutes. This is part of the work session, and at your request, we may come back and revisit this after the sheriff gets done with his. I just want to start talking from the ground up about where we're at and what's going on, so that upcoming decisions may be made better made by the commissioners. At the basic core of what's happening at VDOT, we have a project, irregardless of any federal funding or state funding. 3 manufacturers will stand buildings up without any federal funding. That is EMP Shields. They'll stand up an 80,000 square foot building. It is an expansion on what they're doing now. No new chip manufacturing, just an expansion of their EMP devices. They'll add 2 different lines. That same facility is also included in the renderings that were given. Even if federal funding is procured, that will be in addition to. So that's one facility. The other 2 facilities are Kentucky-based. One's a capacitor factory, the other one's a power supply factory. To be clear, without any CHIP Act federal funding, everybody would have to pinch pennies. There'd be a lot less things reimbursed, and everything, any improvements we make will be just based solely off of the revenues generated by the CID. This last Friday, there was a phone conference, supposed to have the chairman part of it. Mistakenly, he was not. It's my fault. But the attorney did call and advise you on the conversation afterwards. But in attendance was a clerk, our county counsel, and myself, along with Joe Serrano. And the discussion was about next steps. What do we do now that the paperwork is signed to proceed to the next step? And you guys correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just going to summarize what was discussed. We had started the conversation, Joe Serrano started, and telling us what we need to do. The next one is I will attempt to get a few more signatures on the petition, give everybody an opportunity to say no or yes. That's within that boundary. Irregardless, we have enough signatures now to incorporate that thing. So regardless of what anybody says, the CID can be created and the revenues can start being collected. Once we finish getting all the signatures we need, there would be a period of notice where the commissioners would declare intent to pass resolution, and we would advertise this for 2 weeks.
3, what did?
I think there was one thing that was 2, one that was 3.
Okay, one was 2 weeks, yeah.
And then there would be a 3-week probation period or protest period following the period of notice.
Yeah.
And a protest period is 10% of the total population of the county, or any individual within that district which is to petition against this. Their claims can be heard by the commissioners. After that 3-week protest period, this thing becomes law. It becomes in effect. and Department of Revenue is then notified, and they enact it at the register level. The new money starts being collected at the register level. That money, I was mistaken, the money will probably come in quicker than what I was anticipating, but we will see. The clerk had last week also sent a request for estimations. Do you have it back yet?
Not yet. She said it would be this week though.
So that will give you.
And that was the Amy that he talked about. It
At the
was
Department of
actually her,
Revenue.
yeah.
So those estimations will be very precise. They'll be based on annual estimations. That way you could even request 2 or 3 years worth of estimation, tax data, which will give you a very clear, pretty precise picture of your average money that you'll bring in. But with that, at some point, I propose that we take that money, the proposed amount, we leverage that into a debt. We go secure a debt to purchase the property and to start making some improvements. And notice I say some. We don't want to go full blow until we know what our project looks like, whether it's going to be us pinching pennies to locate just a few factories, or if it's going to be a $2.5 billion project with all these different federal funds and state funds flowing in. A lot of those are still undetermined. I should know by about 2 weeks from now what the state piece is going to look like. Today I told, due to one of the commissioners helping me get on the phone, make contacts, Lieutenant Governor is going to call in at 1:45 today and talk through the specifics, what they're thinking. We'll know more then about where we stand. As all these things come into play, I do know one thing certain, that without anything, I would hope that the commissioners take advantage of this opportunity to create an industrial park up in the north part of the county that would allow decades and decades worth of opportunity for us to locate new industry. But the good thing is we have a project either way, and I hope that we receive sufficient amount of federal funding to allow us to overbuild the site and to make it something really, really nice and locate those additional industries who couldn't otherwise locate without that federal funding.
So the CID, correct me if I'm wrong, or we might not even know yet. So the CID, they're on the new businesses, on the 3 that you was just outlining. There will not be any register sales there. If anything, that's going to be a stepping stone for your restaurants, for your motels, for your eateries to come into that location to service the 3 businesses that are there. But the 3 big businesses that are there, buildings, won't generate any CID opportunity other than their sewer.
That's correct.
And
as of right now. Now, unique to the CID, because the commission controls the CID, it is an arm of the county commission, you could at any point in the future levy other fees other than sales tax. You could levy additional workforce tax or a workforce head tax, or you can be very creative in the different types of fees you levy. If you needed to do a surcharge on top of some other fee, you could do that. But that's a whole separate discussion. But to your point, yes, those industries are going to be wholesale tax exempt entities for the most part, will not produce any sales tax. But if you add 1,000 workers anywhere overnight, there are going to be little restaurants pop up and stuff like that do create sales tax.
What about, we discussed, what about they have their own restaurant? Is it going to be taxable?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Food sales would be taxable.
Unless of course, the governor, she's always going to, do tax-free food anyway,
You know,
one of these days.
Well, that's groceries. That's
It's
just
just groceries.
groceries. Yeah, that's just
But-
groceries. That hasn't yet.
Haven't seen that yet either, have you? But,
You know, you talked about the sales tax on the CID, and then you talked about some other surtaxes or whatever you wanna call it. To me, we gotta be very careful about adding those to it, because to me, that's negative to bring the new business in.
yes, sir.
I think it's probably good to entertain and look. I also think we need to keep a very open mind about not keeping a very positive atmosphere.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's not the intention, is to add surcharges and everything else on the big industry that comes in there. I mean, that's not, you want them there for a reason, and that's not it.
With all the jobs that it creates, that opens up the opportunities for extra income
Yes, sir.
for other businesses or whatever it may be.
Yes, sir.
I know Nebraska doesn't have tax on their groceries, I think it's Nebraska.
Oklahoma.
Tennessee doesn't either.
Yeah, and so I know like you go in the convenience store and you get a bag of potato chips, there's no tax on it, because it's considered food.
How complete is the survey up there on those two properties that we've already?
It must be
They were
done,
there
because I
for
just got a
several
bill.
days, off and on.
It must be done. I think it's 100% done.
Did they plot it?
So
To what extent did they plot it?
we did a regular traditional survey, but also a topo, and not just a regular topo, but a physical ground topo, which is a very, very precise survey grade type of topo. And that topo, as you know, will allow us to make competent decisions on engineering level on grading the site, making it what it needs to be. As water comes into play, wastewater discussion, all that stuff, we had to have a topo.
It's gonna be very interesting to see what that location looks like in 2 years, 5 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the three businesses are already committed, basically, for the properties. Now, would that still fit on one, or would you have to still go over for the other one?
They would all fit on one at that point.
There's gonna be tight on one.
Yes, sir.
But you're probably on the west side this first time, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Which has got
130.
100 plus.
Yes, sir.
Of course, 80,000 square foot, that's only 2 acres, so. Of course, I don't know the other two, but.
Yeah. Well, there's even more than that visual demonstration gives. There will be tons and tons of gas products, different types of rare mineral gases that will be in these big, huge silo-looking tanks out front. And those things, on one of the factories specifically, it will go into the front of the building. It will look like an oil refinery. There'll be these huge catwalks and mezzanines with pipes going every direction. It's pretty complex looking.
I'm sure it will be.
The next step for me is to go grab a few more signatures and make sure that everybody's had an opportunity, been approached, and then it's all on our attorney to do his magic.
Been a long time coming. I keep saying.
We ate up 15.
As Jesse stated before, I think it's very important you leave enough space for trucks and everything. You know, how many projects you don't see that get built, and then if you're wanting to expand later on, gotta have room to make that thing accessible and workable.
Yes, sir. You said, amen.
We see it all the time where we go. They built this plant, and then we expand, and all of a sudden, how do you get there? You know?
Engineers have a knack, just like every other profession. They have blinders on to their trade, but they have never been a trucker. They've never hauled or tried to maneuver around an industrial site. So what you're saying is actually absolutely correct. That's why Commissioner Tom, I said this a few times, it's important for us to have some finger in the design of everything that's happening. There's practical concerns that need to be addressed that maybe engineers don't see often.
Well, and you have, pretty good supply of parking not far away, but that's not gonna be sufficient with or I wouldn't think, of the size of, expansion this is talking about. There's probably gonna need to be some space just for staging, you might say.
Yeah, it depends on their sales and shipping, I mean, that's.
Parking is always short.
And that's the biggest wasted money that the industrial businesses see, cause they want the footprint, and this is what we're gonna make the money with. Then we figure out how to get it out of there, after it's already there.
You're gonna have a lot of different products, a lot of different products coming in and out of there, so it's gonna be.
One thing that's not exhibited that is part of this project are a whole host of smaller mom and pop suppliers who do, like you'll have 2 or 3 different types of machine shops out there who will all do one specific thing. And they might not have but 4 or 5 employees in each shop, but they will be there and they'll have their own footprint. And you can imagine how messy it gets if your logistics get when you're trying to plan stuff like that. And the knee jerk for any individual is to have the bestest and the cheapest and the fastest, and that doesn't always jive with the bigger picture of everybody else's concerns.
Sounds good. Keep moving forward. Hopefully get a few more signatures. Like you say, you don't really have to have it, but it's always nice to have that.
We're gonna try to meet all the tests, so that the incorporated entity is infallible and can defend itself from any contest, that it was done the right way. There have been a few other people agree in advance. One of them is the hotel, Wheeler Lumber, Cameron Roth. He has a little piece of land up there. And one more, I can't remember. Oh, the towing company.
Legal Garage.
Right.
They already acknowledged they would sign.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir. And,
Gotta get it on paper.
I don't know if I've eaten up 15 minutes or not.
16.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, I'm done then.
And so you're waiting on a phone call at 1:45 then?
Yes, sir. And if any commissioner or you guys, I know the attorney's still gonna be probably tied up with this discussion, but if anybody wants to break loose and come down there, that's fine. In my office.
If we hear woo-hoo and alarms going off, we know it was a good conversation.
It was good,
Party favors, horn blowers.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby. Thanks, Bobby.
So one of the things you'll be dealing with at some point today is the bids for the construction manager.
Oh, okay.
So I think you open those, say who they are, where they're from, and then you'll want to do your research on each of them, because it's probably the most important decision on the jail, who's your manager. So whoever they are, and whenever you do that, that's good.
All open discussion. Do we make the choice today, or do we? No, okay. We sit on it for a little while.
Well, you wanna
Do your homework.
Don't even have any idea who they are yet, do we?
No, I have no idea. And speaking of the jail, this is the most recent version of the Kansas Sheriff, the magazine that sent out, and ironically on the front is the Lynn County Jail and Siren County Jail, and then there's an article on each. Look at Larry's timing. So if you go in and look at this, there's a whole building Kansas jails for the future and a whole section on Lynn County Jail. And then the Siren County Jail, ironically, has In November 2020, Saline County voters approved a half-cent sales tax to fund the construction of a new sheriff's office and jail for Saline County. The guaranteed maximum price for this project was set at $89,655,000. So just FYI, jails aren't cheap.
They got a Cadillac, didn't they?
Osage County's gonna build one, is that correct?
Yes. And I don't know, what's the price tag on the Osage County, Larry?
21 million.
So we bought some time for you, Larry. You're up.
Mr. Goldberg, you got the podium, sir.
All right.
Unless you need a minute to rest from running in here. Carrying all your paperwork.
I'd like to hand these out.
Okay, we'll just start passing them out. Bucket Brigade.
I think you were good, right?
Thomas?
Picture?
We require pictures, Wade.
All right. You are holding in your hands, Commissioners. First, I want to say thank you for putting me on the agenda. I'm sorry I ran a few minutes late. You are holding in your hands the final schematic design package. If you want to take a minute and peruse these pages, they now represent a series of post-referendum design meetings. And as far as I know, and it's part of the reason I asked the sheriff to be in attendance, is to assure you that we have reflected in these plans all the tweaks that they've requested. Wade can assure you these are all the tweaks that Wade and his people have requested. And the only exception, I'm told, is there's still a wall and a door that Judge Wine has not had a chance to communicate to me about, but other than that, it reflects all the changes that the judge had requested, which is on the last sheet.
Larry, you've added, from what I've seen, a staging area to...
I was going to talk about the site, because there are some issues. But in any event, I have not added a square foot from what was previously presented to you. So any and all the tweaks that have occurred have been internal, moving this wall and moving that glass and adjusting that door. But all of the square footage is there. It has the full 92 beds. Now, I want to take your attention back to the second sheet, which is this one.
Kind of squeezed in.
What's that?
Kind of tight over there.
It is. But, and this is a pretty important but, the city of Burlington has let us know that from their standpoint,
a 10-foot space between the two buildings is all they require. If that holds, then this building can move closer to the back wall of your courthouse, because we're not gonna have much in the way of windows remaining there anyway. You with me? This all has to do with size and location of window openings. If you refer to the last page, I'm sorry to be doing this. These are the existing windows that have been windows for your jailhousing. Most of those windows will now open into corridors or storage and are no longer necessary. We'll take them out, match the brick, and go on. With the exception maybe of these two windows that the judge's staff might like to have retained. And if that's the case, then I'm not overly concerned. But what it means is that if we could move this building closer to this wall of the courthouse, it would give you all more space along the front. We might even get some more diagonal parking along there. But at the very least, it would help alleviate the crowding during construction that I know Tom and Wade and some of you may have been talking to the school administration about. And that would be worth doing.
Is there a problem with doing that?
Yes. We need to talk to the Kansas State Fire Marshal, who actually has jurisdiction.
What's the distance from the existing back side of the jail, west side of the jail now?
From day one, Tom, it's been 30 feet.
30 feet, okay.
Okay, which is the minimum fire separation for non-rated walls with openings.
Okay.
Okay, if we can rate the jail wall, which we will, and reduce the openings, then we're gonna try and convince the Kansas State Fire Marshal to let us move it to within 10 to 15 feet of the courthouse wall. I just can't give you an answer on that yet.
Other than that, it's just a breezeway now, so to speak, getting from one building to the next.
Correct. And my idea is to use some of that for evacuation, and some of it obviously for loading or delivery on the other side, and some of it I'll slide the transformer and the generator in, because then directly at its feet will be the main electrical room with the main panel, the main disconnect, and switch gear. And that is the most expensive part of your electrical system. So every time I reduce that by a foot, I'm saving you all about $3,000.
And I had a question just popped up. This new jail and sheriff's office is going to have a generator on its own as well, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Interestingly, what was on the emergency generator used to be up to you. And customarily, we do heating, ventilation, and emergency detention systems, not elevators, not air conditioning. But today, that's not up to you, it's in the codes. So to give you an idea, we're now routinely seeing 800 and 1,000 kW emergency generators, which isn't helping our budgets or yours, but it is what it is. What I'm here today to do is formally ask the board to authorize us to move into working drawings. We've designed this thing long enough, as I've said, with permission of the sheriff and prosecutor and yourselves. We're ready to take this into technical drawings so that in approximately 6 months from today, we can be ready with your construction manager to put it out for bids.
So you're still that's a question I was gonna ask, Larry. Even though you've got all this detailed out, you're still 6 months from putting it out for
Yes, sir. Don, the set of drawings that we'll put out for bid will literally be about 130 sheets
I wouldn't doubt.
of drawings.
How much time do you give for the bids to come in?
About a month,
About a month on?
yeah, maybe 5 weeks.
How come the new jail can't just be an addition to the courthouse instead of having to have space between it?
Because they're different functions, they're different sets of codes. This is I-3, your courthouse is not, and so it,
I'm just curious because then you don't have, if you do that, then you wouldn't have to even have the 10 feet.
yeah, but the other problem is structural.
Right, okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah. No, it's a fair question.
So outside of moving it to 10 feet or whatever, it's for you to go into complete design, or the terminology you use, won't be an
Correct.
issue.
We're gonna
Blueprint
need
drawing.
to have more detailed drawings than this to take to the Kansas Fire Marshal to get their attention.
For the timeline that you give us here 3 or 4 weeks ago, 6 months to get the design done, 30 days to bid, you're right square on the timeline that you projected.
Yes, sir. That's why I'm here requesting your, permission.
That need to be a motion?
I would guess it'd have to be a motion. Wouldn't you say, Wade?
To move forward with
To move
technical
forward,
drawings.
technical drawings?
I guess to have a placeholder for permission.
As of today, you can take a picture of the upcoming county parking out, because that building is being gone today.
I know it.
That's okay. It's good.
I guess, I'll make a motion for Goldberg and Associates to go into technical drawing stages for the new jail.
This is law enforcement center.
Law enforcement center, yeah, technical drawings for the law enforcement center.
I'll second it.
Jessup moved, Tom seconded, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
One suggestion, and it didn't have to be done, Larry, is to narrow it down by 1 inch so we could punch it and put it in notebooks. Keep an ongoing file.
You know, we got into 12 by 18 inch drawings,
Yeah, I
and I don't for the life of me know why we didn't at least keep it 11 by 17.
I can take a scissor and cut it off.
Yeah, we got a big paper cutter. Incidentally, one thing that we have not discussed at great length is the exterior. And my intent is that everything in gray here is going to be 2 tones of brick to match the gray brick on your courthouse. Then the precast trim will be this color, and I'm not sure exactly what that'll be made of yet, whether it'll be precast or whether it'll be some kind of plaster. But in any event, it will not be some noisy, showy piece of architecture. It'll be pretty quiet and understated, but be very, very compatible with your courthouse, which was the intent for me all along.
As long as there's zero maintenance to it, or darn little maintenance to it, I don't care what it is.
Okay.
Personally, my own personal opinion.
You would need to be
Make it maintenance free as
matched
you can.
somewhat.
Yeah, match somewhat, I mean, even if it's
My
brick, it
opinion.
doesn't matter, but something,
Yeah,
when you say
the
plaster.
windows will be anodized aluminum. They'll be pre-finished, never need painting. I mean, over the years, there may be some additional caulking as whatever, but the brick will be very good, so. All right, we're off and running.
Draft number what?
Yeah. I do have to tell you, you will be invited to 2 workshops that we will now get on the calendar. One will be a workshop with detention equipment, people, in which we will take the sheriff, his command staff, we will get a big conference room, and we'll literally sit for 2 days and start with the front door, and we don't get up till we're done with the back door, in terms of lock, hinges, control, camera, door position switch, bar lights, food passes, and we'll do this one after the other. You all may find it nauseating. We've loved doing it for 36 years. The second workshop will be your engineering systems, which will be heating, cooling, plumbing, fire protection, IT, all the systems that, your emergency power, your rooftop units, any and all that stuff. And those are the 2 workshops we normally have. We'll have lots of meetings other than that, but those are the 2 big workshops that we normally have for every one of our projects. We don't know any other architect that does it that way, but we have, and it's always been very enjoyable.
So do you have the vendors there as well?
Uh-huh.
Do you have the vendors in there as well?
Those workshops, they take,
Particularly for detention, because there's so few left that we know and like.
the workshops, are they held here during the commissioner meeting, or is that a meeting on the side?
It's a meeting on the side.
Meeting on the side?
Yeah, and we've held it in places like courthouse, training rooms, we've held it hotel conference rooms, we've held it wherever. When we did it for Osage, we did it at the big conference rooms at our offices in downtown Kansas City. And just because we've got so many people coming in from different parts of the country, that it's hard to get hotel and restaurants or whatever all coordinated for that kind of thing. But I want you to know you all would be cordially invited to attend and participate at least for some of the time if you were so inclined.
Interesting.
Say, Larry, this picture is more real than you think, this whole picture, because you got a car that didn't park right, and then you got another car over here straddling the yellow line. That's exactly real life, what it's gonna be.
I guess the other thing is I have sent you guys a memo with a couple of activities. Obviously, one was the disposition of the decommissioned church across the way, and that's underway. I saw it, I drove up, and that's great. Do you want us to lay out the parking for that? I mean, we literally already have. I mean, it's no extra, that's not my point. My point is, if you want, we'll do it with curved details and the various things, so you can go ahead and get that underway. The other thing is, you have the opportunity along here to remove the parallel parking and put in diagonal parking at a total add of something like 103 spaces. So it's not chump change. If the city of Burlington would allow you to do
You
it.
have to communicate all to them.
What do you think?
I'm
Definitely.
gonna need it.
Yeah, we will. So if somebody will take the temperature of the city and it's positive, and I mean, we'll go ahead and draw that up as well, so that you've got a package to take to them and hopefully get their approval.
If that's something you can provide, Larry, I think it'd be good to,
I'll be glad to.
you'll be in a better position of what your firm would be to do it, so.
Okay. I'll
And
be
you've
glad
already got
to.
the dimensions already, or.
We do, and our civil engineers are ready to do it. The only thing I would caution you, I don't have that cost in our budget, but I don't know that it won't end up working in our budget. I just don't know at this point. But it is something that you would need to have done prior to the project starting, because you'll need that parking.
Well, yeah, I mean, that'd be, the city was gonna be we'd have to pay the city to do it, I'm sure. I would guess, on the outer, around the courthouse here.
I think you could, send it all out for bids with the off-street, or the
For the churches.
church parking.
Yeah.
Send it out as a package.
Right.
My opinion, I'm not a big fan of the diagonal parking on the north side of the courthouse. Myself.
You're saying along
No,
here,
for-
Tom,
Yeah.
would you rather not include that?
Well, no,
Just
that's
do
just
it
my
here.
opinion, I'm not saying not to.
Because there's plenty of room for it.
I think we'll take a look at all options we
If
go
that's
with.
true,
There'd be more
I-
cars.
take an
Option, what's it, it's not different than across the street, you got diagonal parking.
Exactly.
So I think you go both
I
ways.
think parking's gonna be,
At a premium.
The streets are the same width, aren't they, from this block to that block? They're the same width, right?
Mhm.
I think it'd be good to look at every option we possibly can.
How wide are the spaces, Larry?
9 by 19, I think.
Are they wide enough that people aren't gonna be slamming into other people and stuff?
Right.
So you'd be moving.
They'll do
curbs.
8 foot for compact cars, but that just makes no sense.
Just the
You're not gonna
parking.
be moving the curbs closer to the sidewalk or anything?
Yes.
Oh, you
Yeah.
would? Oh, you would?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You might have to redo that sidewalk and make it with it.
I'm assuming we'll have to redo the sidewalk.
Yeah. Well, with all that being said, I mean, we need to be doing some landscape on this north and northeast corner anyway, so.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna mention was
We
that,
may have to throw it all into one package.
You put pedestals for the electric cars, yes.
I don't know where the electric charging's gonna be at. Nuclear plant.
But I haven't seen your drawing for the church area. And I'm gonna assume,
We have that, because I sent it to you for the September 13th meeting.
So it was all forwarded. I can resend it, I think I sent it to Andrea, but.
We got it.
I don't think any of them seen it.
You gotta check your email, Bob.
Have you seen it?
I got it.
you might check my emails often, like every day,
Thanks, Timothy.
2 or 3 times.
I got it.
Not saying it wasn't there and I just missed it, I don't, but
Copy
anyway,
it and give
I
us
guess.
a copy of it.
yeah, that one I
My,
don't remember either, so if you have, if you resend it,
My-
yeah.
I can resend it.
So I see it, I guess I don't have
Sure.
a picture of it, question for you.
Well, if you can locate and get it, if not, I'll go ahead and resend it from our
Oh, yeah,
engineer.
No, I've got it, Larry, I can send it to Andrea again.
Okay,
And then I'll forward it around
okay.
and make pictures.
But I think there was 50 or 51 spots in the church parking, and then either another 50 or 103. I'm a little foggy on it.
Was there any off-street parking on that property where the church is now? I mean, you have an entrance coming in and then you have off-street parking in between those entrances as well? Or an exit, or what?
I thought it was 103 added spots, thought that's what it was. No, I'm not gonna speculate.
I'll wait till I see it.
And it was preliminary, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Obviously, it can be tweaked.
Is there also diagonal parking on the north side of Neosho here where the church was? Because people used to park in front of that all the time.
Well, we were a little hazy. I mean, this was kind of an ideogram. We weren't sure what this was, and there was some talk, this lumber yard was using some of this for staging or delivery or whatever. We were hazy on the north side of Neosho.
When it was a church, it was parking.
Okay.
It's county property now, so we can create whatever we want, I suppose.
But up to where, Tom? Up
To
to
the back of the lumberyard building.
Be up to the east side of the lumberyard, as far
Right
west as
here.
we, as we
Okay.
could go.
So you're talking about sort of right
That's as
here.
far west as we could go.
So this is potential for more parking.
And the east side as well is quite a bit of space, so.
That was parking also. Straight in parking.
I'll wait till I see the drawing, and give you a buzz.
All right. Now, the last piece of business, excuse me, has to do with the submissions from the construction management companies. My suggestion to you all respectfully is to open them, read who they are, their address, thank them for their interest, and take them under advisement. That's all I would require be done today.
No amount.
What's that?
There's gonna be an amount there. Dollar
There should
amount?
not be.
There's
It
no
should
dollar
be,
amount? Oh, okay.
Qualifications.
Oh, okay.
Now, my understanding is you've received 3. I've worked with all 3, and, so you got 3 good ones, and we'll just take a look at them. And you all can too, and make a recommendation as to an outright selection, or if you'd like to have 1, 2, or 3 of them come in for an interview, we'll be glad to help you in whatever ways you request.
Goodness.
Yeah, read through them today, make a decision before you leave.
We need to recognize.
Just stay on the outside.
Larry, before you sit down, on the Joe Serrano, Raymond James side of things, where the bond financing, can you touch on that, when that's gonna occur? Because I think locally here, that needle needs to be moved at some point in time, so that the county can act if they need to act, or if they're not acting, the reason why, with interest rates doing what they're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I thought we had left it that with the commission pledging to contribute a substantial amount up front, that trigger didn't need to be pulled for several months, unless you felt that there was no doubt interest rates would continue to move adversely, which we don't know for a fact, at least we don't know for a fact, but it was something like 6 to 8 months before, maybe even more, before that shoe needed to drop.
I tried to get a hold of Joe a week ago. We played phone tag.
Okay.
I overlooked calling him last week, and he mentioned on the message that he left me that he was gonna be in touch with you, Larry, and maybe both of you coming in together. But he said, and I asked him about the inflation, the prime rate keeps going up. Does the bond rates follow that, or you hear so much about the bond rate crashing and going up. Is the bond rate greater than 3.1% now? And I know you probably can't answer that, he probably can't either, until we let him, but he was gonna be in touch with you, and both of you come in and do a little bit of discussion in the near future. But I overlooked calling him last week because we played phone tag a week ago.
Well, I'll get a hold of Joe and Greg, and we'll get on the agenda and come back. But I put together a disbursement schedule of all the big pieces, the construction, our fees, and so forth, to see how far that 10 million literally would carry, after which you would need the financing in place for the balance of the project, hopefully not all 30 million. And I just don't remember.
It goes out 13 months. So you're looking at September of 24, September of 23, before we possibly need new money.
And then you want to back that up and say 60 days prior to that, you want to start working toward.
Want to have some cushion time in there.
Yeah. And it's a crapshoot. I mean, traditionally, bond rates and prime are inversely connected. The higher the prime, the lower the bond rate. That's partially been true and partially not, and I don't think anyone has a clue.
Well, he said he was gonna touch base with you, so maybe you need to touch base with him, and.
Okay. Will do.
Because he made the comment, it's never too late to at least have more discussion involved in it, especially when we've got some banks that may want to participate. So.
I know you're not the financial advisor on this, in a sense, but you keep saying spend the 10 million and then the other 20 will kick in. Well, if this only comes in to 27 million after we spent 10 million of county money, and we went out and voted to bond 20 million of it, what happens to it? Do we pay back the county 3 million of it? Or how do we get our money back?
That's what I was wondering also, why wouldn't you borrow it first and then whatever it went
Well,
over?
you might.
I could say maybe sticking 5 million into it and then borrowing the money, but not sticking 10 into it when it may not come in, we may not spend the whole 30.
Hopefully, we won't.
So we don't want to overspend the county's reserves in a sense, and then we only end up with 16 million to bond when the people authorized us to bond up to 20 million.
That's where I come from.
Yeah, that's
Bond
an
up to
interesting,
20. If we do
conundrum.
10, if we do 10 million now, it's not earning us any interest to speak of. If the bond ends up being at 17, we're saving 3 or 4% on $3 million.
Yeah.
And I know where Bob's coming from, but
I hear you. You know, the other thing, not to make this any easier, is we are starting to hear now there are construction costs that are continuing to escalate. There are other construction costs that are starting to seriously come back down. Steel and concrete or cement, we've been told, is coming back down. So is lumber and
Steel is, I
steel
couldn't promise
is.
you concrete is right now.
Well, but the problem, of course, is material's one thing and labor's another.
Mhm.
So,
it's a roll of the dice. Yeah.
all right, well, we don't have to stand here and guess at it. Let me get with Joe and Greg and create some scenarios, and you'll pick the one you think that represents the county's best interests.
This is River City Construction.
I heard you had a nice visit with Sheriff Friend from Lynn County.
Rice cooker that night.
I'm licensed.
Okay.
I don't know if you know, his mother was Vicki Leonard, who was the chairman of the county board for Lynn County, and actually was the first one to call me. I was in the Detroit airport, and she called me to get that ball rolling, something like 9 or 10 years ago.
River City Construction, 6640 American Sutter Drive, Ashland, Missouri.
It's right outside of Columbia.
Yep.
One for each of us?
I believe there is.
I would assume that.
Looks like there's quite a few of them there.
There's three.
And Andy's got one, Wade. And 2 extra.
There should be one for us too,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
You didn't get one?
Well, they passed it on. Passed it.
And there's a zip drive as well. Somebody needs to control that other than this guy.
Okay.
It won't be me.
It won't be one. Letter of transmission.
Thank you.
Zip drive. You should keep the zip drive so it's all.
I'll put the zip drive in the
Okay.
extra book.
Original copy. Original copy. Is that like a copy of it?
Do you get,
Yeah,
Tom,
next
what?
one.
There's an extra one here.
Sheriff.
Sheriff wants one? Okay. Then I will not put this in the fee. Thank you. Risk management. And then there's a-
That's universal. Gotta love a company with a $600 million bonding capability.
I'm hung up here. Trying, there should be enough, trying to locate their address.
On the back, Jesse.
University?
University Construction, yeah, 1615 Allegiant, Argentina Boulevard, I don't know where that's at, Kansas City, Kansas.
Said it one time.
For sure.
Oh, I just gave him.
What'd you say?
Is that an extra one then?
Yeah.
Can I
They
have
built
that
the,
one?
No, well,
power plant.
here, I don't
Oh, you don't have one? Oh, then join them.
Oh, okay.
I worked for them.
Everybody got a copy of,
She needs one.
You got the.
Past 5 now, we should be.
Put all those in there, Jesse, and I'll keep them together in that box.
Corporate center.
at-risk construction management. Don't have it. 5, 6.
Navels.
Huh?
Navels.
Navholz?
Navels.
Nav,
Shot. That'll work. The next.
Here, Larry.
I'm sure all 3 of them are very well qualified.
Do you have work with Navels, Larry?
Yes, I think so. I know we've done projects with Universal and with River City. We're doing Phelps County, Missouri right now with River City, and did Lynn County with.
Did they give you a flash drive too?
yes, all 3. And they're all marked.
You wanna read this off, you didn't read that, did you? Here's on the other two.
Navholz, 17300 West 116th Street, Lenexa, Kansas. 116th Street. Thank you, everybody, for sending in your, I guess, resumes, I guess. For the lack of.
So, Lynn County came in with,
They was River City, wasn't
they had River City, so I mean, not like we have all the info maybe we need on River City, but do we need to, how do you wanna go about this, I guess, checking up, or just read this and I mean, if I go back to again, we've already heard from Lynn County, and they had River City, so pick 1 or 2 out of Universal, and someone call them, and 2 or 3 out of Navels, and call them, or what do you think, Sheriff?
I guess my opinion is that everybody does their own independent review of these companies, and then when you guys all sat down to make your choice, I mean, if you invite me, I could tell you, because I'm gonna do my research, but whether you want my opinion or not is up to you. It's,
I do want your opinion.
then I'll do my research on my,
on those three. We only have three guys, you know,
Yeah.
to go through. It's not like we have 20, so.
Correct, yeah. I know, I understand that, but I didn't.
Yeah.
So, we'll go off your suggestion, everybody do their own. Larry's
Well,
got something.
the administrative sergeants or jail administrators or sheriffs don't need 6 or 7 of us calling them.
Right.
So what might
That
happen
was
is,
on meeting.
Tom, you'd call River City, Jesse will call blah blah, and, you know, I'll call or Tom will call someone else's references, just so you've got some continuity for a comparison. And,
That was my meeting. I mean,
I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn.
no, you're fine.
I'd say we pick a date, and that way we know how much time we got to research, and we all come back and talk about it, or however you wanna do it. I don't think we just leave it out here in the open. Let's set a date so we know how long we got to get this done.
And it's basically your facility, in my opinion, so your opinion really matters to me on this.
I'm gonna call all three, whether I'm supposed to call one or not, I'm gonna tell you up front, I'm gonna call all three. I'm gonna do my research on them, so.
Well, I mean, we already kind of know River City, now, you know, for Lynn County, I mean, you only really technically got 2 others. Technically, but, I mean, you wanna call.
so are you all ultimately gonna wanna have 1, 2, or 3 of them in for an interview? I would think you would.
We can make that decision after Tom talks to all 3 of them.
Okay.
You know, with Tom in my opinion, with Tom talking to all 3 of them, he's gonna be asking the same questions to all 3, and to me, they need to be asking the same question, or something very similar, like we do in interviews. So, I had nothing wrong with it, I can make a call too, but I think, like Tom said, we gotta rely on Tom to do some guiding through this,
Well,
and yet not take it away from us, cause we make a final decision,
But another thing is, if Tom calls and talks to somebody in River City, he may talk to Joe, and if I call and talk to him, I may talk to Henry, and Henry and Joe may have a lot of different opinions, so if one person calls and talks to this person and asks the questions, I think it's the commission's responsibility to know, but I don't think it's commission's responsibility is for all of us to jump on the phone and start calling people and doing this, because you're gonna have 5 different ways of the way you interpret of what they say.
But why would you not have, you only have 3, so have each of the 3 come in and present, that's the way you picked Larry. You had, I don't know, 3 or 4, maybe 5 architects come in, and the selection was made for Goldberg. And then then vetting, I mean, whoever you call for each one of these entities, you're gonna get their salesman when you talk to them. So you're gonna have to go into the weeds to talk to somebody who you might wanna talk to that will give you the backstory. So you've had River City come in. We went out and we talked to people at River City, so you need to do even more work at River City, someone you're considering. So they've got some of their projects, talk to somebody who's
From the project.
who's on the back end of one of their projects, not talk to somebody from River City. Same thing with all of these.
Yeah.
This is their sales pitch, they're wanting to sell you their car.
Oh, who they did work for.
Right, so, but part of that too is having whoever it is come in and what type of presentation do they give, and does it feel like that would be a good fit for Coffee County? And, you know, we had, for the salary study, we had a number of entities come in, and some of them just didn't feel like a good fit. So that's their pitch. They need to come in and sell this board, in my opinion.
I'm not opposed to all three of them. I think if we're gonna have one, we ought to have them all come in. I mean, I know we've been over and seen River Cities, and I've been in conversation with the commissioner from there for a couple of years on this going on, but when the salesman comes, he may tell you something, when this one comes in, you're gonna wonder, why didn't this one tell us that? Where if we sat here and read, you're not gonna know. I'm game for all three of them.
I say you get them scheduled to come in, they could all come in, whatever fits their schedule, but you do it sooner rather than later, and the other stuff can be done behind the scenes, in my opinion, but that's just me.
What I'll also do is I'll give some questions and approaches to Tom, and, that he may find helpful. For example, they will list contacts that primarily will be positive. I mean, they're not idiots, why wouldn't they? Okay. But for instance, if you call the masonry subcontractor or the detention equipment contractor on some of these, you may get a very different story than calling an end user. And talking to a commissioner versus calling the county maintenance guy, you may get different stories again. So trying to know how to get under the skin or behind the door to learn the real truth. I will tell you flat out, all of them are good builders, and I recall having very good experiences with all of them. So for what that's worth. But they're all very different organizations.
Set a date in the next 3 or 4 weeks, and have all three of them in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Schedule 1, 2, and 3 someday, or whatever.
Yeah, do a 1 and a 2, yeah, shouldn't be any more than an hour, wouldn't think.
Have Andrew call each one and
Have Andrew call each one, get a
see
representative.
which money works best.
Well, should I do it since I handle the agenda, and that way if I have someone else on there, I don't get things messed up?
Yep.
Now, let me ask you a question, because this was set up as an RFQ initially, request for qualifications. The next step would be a request for a proposal.
Right.
Okay. Unless you hear some things that would knock that company out of further consideration. But the fact is that at some point, you're gonna wanna ask them pointed questions about how they see the financial aspects of constructing your project. What are their fees?
I'd much rather ask them that before they know they're the finals.
Absolutely. Or what you can do is send them a request for a proposal that they would come in, they would prepare for that as they come in and be interviewed. And that way, they come in, they present it, you talk about it with them.
All three of them the same day.
Would make sense,
Yep.
have requests and let them bring that in with them, I mean, that's.
Because if they know they're the finalists, they're
Critical
gonna
path, schedule, potential difficulties with the project, and their CM fee. And I'll be glad to, write something up that you could use. Okay.
Sounds like a great idea. And then they can present that when they, come in for the interviews, basically.
Interestingly, on Osage, they were leaning toward River City till KBS out of Topeka came in, and their fee was substantially less, and the county saw some experience, not as much as River City's, but some experience, but a substantial opportunity to save some money up front. And they took that opportunity. And we wouldn't have anticipated that KBS, who had built 2 jails in the Kansas region before, we wouldn't have anticipated that they would have come out ahead, but they did.
Why don't we have KBS here?
They declined to
Really?
submit.
they said they just were too busy and couldn't do it.
There might be, yeah, that might eat your lunch, you never know. Osage City might be a lot more. When's the groundbreaking on Osage, you know?
Oh, in fact, when I was there with the commissioners, we think it will be either end of October or first week in November. We're trying to get their site excavation going and position it so it doesn't come too close to right off the corner of that existing nursing home that the sheriff occupies right now. So we're juggling right at the moment a little bit.
We got anything else for Mr. Larry? Tom?
See, Tom, I think he just said that the Osage County Sheriff's in charge of a nursing home too. So can we put that on your plate?
Ain't much for Tom to leave.
Are we talking about D-Lander? Nope. That's this morning. Not gonna happen. Thank you all. I'll see that email later.
Tom, I'm coming with you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Larry.
You got something for us, ma'am?
I do. Would you have a quick minute for demolition?
We got time.
Great.
We're doing demolition
We're
today.
I know, it's just a big thing. Brad Pear contacted me today. He has purchased that property. It's across from Katy Ballpark, by the pool. It's that half block there that's just a mess. It's been a mess, the McCoy property and everything.
I'll make that motion.
Yeah, he is wanting to clean that up, but he wants to do it this week, and because he's got an opening and everything, and so he said, could you run up there and
Get the
I
house
talked
on
to
the
Carrie.
corner.
How far is he going?
He's going to keep the house and fix it up for rental, the blue one, and that whole half block. So he's going to clean it all up and take the trash out and clean the trees up and stuff, and he's going to see if he could save what housing. Because I said, are you taking any buildings down at this time? And he said no. He wants to see. Well, I'm going to back up. He did say some of the buildings, so I don't know what.
So he's gonna keep 1301 Yocho.
He'll keep the little blue house, yes.
On the corner. And then 114 and 116.
Whatever that half block is, he just told me 1301.
South 13.
But yes, it is that half block
Probably
there, all that.
114 would definitely come in.
Yes, and just clean up all the trash.
It's right west of the pool.
It's right, yes, it's right across from Katy Ballpark, the field, the ball field, just that half block right in there. So it's like a mess, but.
See, he's working on there, out there today.
Yeah, and so Carrie said, you better go up there and check with them and see, so, and I have to be gone Monday, so I was just gonna see if you guys.
Well, I'll second that motion. Move it on.
Tom moved, Todd seconded.
I'm not really sure what we're seconding, but.
I'm
We're
sorry.
cleaning up the way, so that was pretty quick, the way landfill fees, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're
It's weird, so.
okay in the cleanup and ice.
Just
And
was,
there's the others, I could get that other address.
Rhonda, this was the way landfill fees.
Yes, way landfill fees. Yeah, sorry, yes.
So what, I don't care what it was, as long as it gets that area
I
cleaned
know,
up.
pretty yucky and dangerous, kids go in there and stuff, so. Okay. All right, thank you. I know, I first thought it was out and I was getting excited too, but he says not yet, so.
Any more discussion? If none, all in favor say aye.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You had to think about that a while.
Well, I thought that includes our agenda. Now we're work session for roundtable.
I covered my issues earlier.
Covered your goodies.
I'll wait for some other issues until next week.
Angie?
Okay, so I was able to call one reference on the exact time last Friday. The other one I was supposed to call this morning, mid-morning, but we had commission meeting, so I didn't get to talk to them. Everyone seems to be happy with the exact time. I haven't gotten references from Paycor until this morning, and then there's other counties that are using the time clock plus. So I still need, hopefully by next Monday I can say one way or the other. You guys have the cost though, so we can talk about that next week too. I did contact the Kansas Department of Labor, Don, and, they told me whatever we do, we need to be consistent.
So if we move the hours up to round it off or move them down, that doesn't create an issue for them?
No. He said that a lot of times a lot of companies pay for the exact time. And I said, well, our commissioners aren't wanting to create a lot of overtime by, say, someone coming in early and then leaving late or whatever. And he said, well, you just have to do it consistently on both ends, so morning and night. So, like we were talking a couple weeks back or so, like if they come in at 7 minutes till, it would round up to the next quarter if they clock in. Or you could tell them, don't clock in until 8 o'clock.
Cause why would we have them why would we even let them clock in early,
Right.
basically, other than 1 or 2 minutes?
Right.
To me, I wouldn't want that record.
Right. So, I mean.
We don't want them to watch the clock all the time.
Correct.
We've got to eliminate the clock watching.
Yeah. So then if they clock out at 5 o'clock, they clock out at 5 o'clock, or you have them clock out, if say they're running a few minutes behind, they clock out at 5:07, it would round back to 5. Or if it was 5:08, it would round to the next quarter. But you just have to be consistent on both ends of the time, of the day.
Let's say they clock out at 5:08, you're gonna owe him for 8 minutes.
Well, you'll owe him for 15.
15, all right.
Yeah.
But see, you're gonna get into overtime if you
Right.
start doing that.
But you can set the time clocks up however you want them to work, so.
So with that scenario, you could come in at 7 minutes after 8, and you're okay.
Right.
And then you leave 8 minutes after 5, and you've got overtime.
Right. So you could just set it up and say, don't clock in before 8 and don't clock out.
I'm willing to work with anything that would work for you guys, but you don't wanna get to the point where they're watching the clock all the time. Like we go to 58 or 59, we watch it for.
Right.
You don't want the employees, because you do that 4 times a day.
Why would you do it 4 times a day?
You got morning and noon, and then 1 o'clock and then 2.
Why would you even have them clock out at noon? You know they get a lunch break.
I'd almost bet you for wage and hour, you better have them clocking out.
He said that you don't have to do
Don't
that.
have to clock out at noon for that
You
hour.
can have them clock in the morning, and then they clock out at night.
So they don't have to clock out.
Get an hour lunch, they just deduct an hour.
Just
from
take
the-
an hour off every day.
Every day.
So that'll eliminate 2 issues, or 2 deals.
And there's not that many people in each place, other than Road and Bridge. They're only talking 5 or 6 people, so it shouldn't be that they have to, they're not gonna stand in line to clock in and out, so.
Yeah. And I asked the one construction company about, that's who I talked to on the exact time, I asked them about, if they have had any issues with, actually, no, that was the city I talked to, but the payroll gal I didn't get to talk to. I asked them if they had any issues with people wanting paid for using their cell phones, and he said they've never had an issue with people wanting paid to use their cell phone to clock in and out, so.
If they don't wanna use their cell phone, they don't have to. They can log into a computer or something.
Right.
Have one of them chips,
Yeah.
scan it. They're gonna find out that it's gonna be a nuisance to do that, and they'll submit to their phone.
And they'll go ahead and start.
Just gonna leave
Bob's just quit.
and quit, not just quit.
And then, so I'll have more information on that for you next week. On what Bobby was talking about on the CID estimates, we should have those later this week. And I'll be setting up a fund for that also. So, we already do have the jail project fund set up. So, and then I will also be setting one up for the demolition fund. I got a response back from the auditor just this morning. I think he must have been on vacation last week.
The windmill decommission.
Yeah. So we can have a, windmill decommissioning fund or whatever.
Did you find out who holds the bond?
Not yet.
Tell you what.
But I thought Andrea was going after that, so
Yeah,
I dropped
working,
it.
I'm waiting on a response from that, the corporate offices in Houston. And so when they gave me the date, the operating date of 2016, I asked how the bond process works at that time, and she wasn't sure, so she said internally she had to look into it on their end.
And that's not until 10 years.
But you take as many of those units that are leaking oil and getting pretty black, and I haven't seen all of them like you have, we absolutely need to be sure of where funding's coming through, because that thing may be down in 5 years, it may be 30 years from now. There's too many uncertainties right now.
That's
And the
what
bonding
we're-
contract doesn't say nothing.
I didn't wanna call two if you already had Andrew
No,
calling,
it's
so I
fine.
just dropped it, so.
One person calling be,
We gotta get some
then you
clarification.
can document and
To me, I'd like to see the fund at 250 each year go into it.
Well, you
until-
just put the 45% in there. You know, right now it's at 252. Here, 6 years ago, it was about 230. That goes up every year, that
Yeah.
escalates. I'd just put that 45% in.
I agree with that.
Because in 3 or 4 years, that may be 280.
Yeah, I agree with that.
'Cause it's
I
going
think
up
that's a
every
good
year.
idea.
So last year, we brought in 252.83.
252 a year.
And then
It started out at 230 or 235.
Yeah, yeah.
so you're saying only put 45% of that in the
Well, that's
decommission?
what it's currently been. Because 30% goes to Waverly School, 13 or 14% goes to SCC.
And then we keep the other.
Then the other
No, whatever,
45%,
keep it in here, that's
Yeah.
what I'm doing.
45% stays in the account at
Yeah.
this time.
And we'll just put it and roll it into that decommissioning fund.
At least that puts a few dollars in.
Do
It
we
won't
need
be
a
near
motion
enough
on
if that
that?
thing goes
30 and
down.
40 and 13
create it
doesn't come
for
to
you.
100.
Well, I'm just,
Without any issues, so. I
You
just
don't need to
wanted-
make a motion.
the two schools account for 55%. I forget what those percentages are.
I just wanted to have the discussion on that, so I'll create that fund for you too, and then let's do a motion, or two, because that way then it's in writing.
I figured it'd be in record that way.
Yeah. Are you moving?
Yes, I'll do.
What's the motion, verbiage?
You're the chairman, I'm gonna leave that up to
What did
you.
you move?
You chicken? Yeah, it's 43 and 12 now.
Yeah, did you make it, or make Jesse say it? Don't you give me a look.
What'd you decide? Half the money, all the money?
The county share of the money.
County share of the money.
From the wind farms goes into a decommissioning fund.
Right.
From the windmills.
Until we determine, if there's,
I would say this, with what, in interpreting what they will be putting in, I still have concerns.
still not gonna be
It won't be
enough.
enough.
It won't be enough when you're looking at, now I did some studying on this, anywhere from 275 to 450,000 apiece
To take it down?
to take them down.
I have a question, why is the county worrying about taking them down? We didn't put them up.
Correct, but where are they gonna go to, Bob?
I don't know, but do you know the,
So you're gonna not get tired of looking at
the
them?
landowners are the ones reaping the benefits off of them, and they're the ones that.
You won't hear
they
me
put 'em
argue
in.
at all.
But they
So
won't have,
why should the rest of the taxpayers in the county have to pay to take
Where
them
does
down?
everybody turn?
Where's everybody?
The first thing they're gonna do is come to us.
I understand that, but.
the landowner's not gonna pay for taking them
Can't you
down.
say no?
Well, the taxpayers isn't gonna pay for it either.
Huh?
Taxpayers aren't paying for it either. You're just taking the money that's coming from the wind farm and putting it in different accounts for decommissioning.
See, if it
But
stays there 30 years, that amount.
That's money that you're taking away from the taxpayers.
That's money you're taking away from the county.
Yeah.
And well, you're not taking it away. you're
In
just
fact,
putting it
if
in
you
an
wanna
account.
go a little deeper, the taxpayers put them up.
Yeah,
Through that.
sure. I mean,
So not only they gonna
the
take it
question
down-
is, why would we even wanna worry about making a fund to take them down when we had nothing to do with putting them up?
When does the next payment come in?
It'll come in December.
Yeah.
So basically, we have from now until December to hear back from the corporation.
You're
She
back
got
from the
hold of
bonding
us.
company.
So I mean, is this a knee-jerk thing? You know, I guess.
It's not a knee joker.
Well, I mean, we haven't heard back from
From the corporate office.
the corporate office yet to see.
We're still got 10 years from the initial.
That's true, that's true, that's true.
What Tim's saying, there's
From
not gonna be
16.
enough money in that account to take them down because they've already been in operation for 10 years.
I don't have any.
They went in operation, they're using that 2016 as the operation date.
But after
This-
10 years is
So
when they start
26
doing
is
the.
10 years.
This next payment's number 8.
Yeah. So my motion still stands. once we get it.
So you wanna withdraw the motion?
No,
No.
it stands.
Okay.
But this is a fund that we can always pull out of for other things. I mean, we could pull it out if the county needs money, it can be pulled out for other things.
Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
I think it's good to get it started.
I do
Then if we
too.
decide later on, we have another reason.
And I don't know, and I'd go towards Bob saying, well, we didn't have, the commission didn't have anything to do with putting them up. I would say probably the commission probably voted for it. Did they
We
not?
voted to allow it, that was the extent
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
So I mean, initially you voted to put them up. If you would've voted not to put them up, what would've happened?
We would've been just like Anderson County.
Anderson.
Which,
Got land.
which wouldn't be a bad idea.
Got them anyway?
But no, they're not getting them.
No, they didn't get them?
And they're not getting,
They turned
Anderson
out a
County
couple
can't put them
years
in,
ago.
can't put them, which probably wouldn't have been a bad idea for us to start out with.
I favor that. Tim made a motion to put the proceeds, county proceeds from wind farm into a
Waverly Wind
decommission
Farm.
fund. Is that the way you got it worded?
I have moved to transfer the county share of wind farm pilot money into the decommissioning fund.
I'll make the motion.
And that's for the 45%, correct?
The county's portion.
Whatever the county's portion is.
I'll second the motion.
Tom seconded
We'll
it.
get you to it.
Been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes. Did Bob?
I voted for it, I mean, I don't know why we even doing it, but I voted for it.
Well, it'll still be there if we don't have to use
That's,
it.
I mean, that's why I asked, can it be used for something else?
Right.
We can always
Yes.
And when people gets tired of looking at them,
say tough. We weren't tired of looking at them when you were reaping the money from them.
well, I'm afraid it just won't be the person that has,
That did reap
turbine
the-
on
did-
their place.
Exactly.
I know I don't have one.
It'll be sold.
Won't be that easy, will it, Tim?
Uh-uh.
No, it's not gonna be easy, it's not gonna be easy.
And where do they turn?
I say paint the stem green and put yellow on the blades.
And make it a
big
sunflower.
Make some sunflowers.
Put the centerpiece in there and make it look like a sunflower out there. I don't have them, so.
It's amazing.
That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. It'd be pretty.
That's it.
You got anything, Tim?
That's it.
Tom, you got any good stuff?
No?
No?
So,
What was that I took off my list a while ago?
I don't remember.
I can't remember it.
But anyway, it's off my list, whatever it was, so.
Don, do you have anything?
The only thing is on the Blackberry line that's being proposed to go in, KCC's approved it. Tim and I will be in Iowa next Monday, and I'm sure Heidi was a huge plus to the meeting a month ago with some of the knowledge she brought that some of the other commissioners from other areas didn't know about. And I'm sure she's doing some more evaluating too. And Wade has been there for 2 meetings, but that line has absolutely not been set in line yet. You know, it may vary 3 or 4 miles at this time. Anderson County Commissioners, 2 of them's been to all of them, to the 2 meetings. They're wanting to see an 800-foot print, the line from any residency, which is gonna be hard to come by. Even 400 or 500 feet might be something to come by, but if you got any ideas that we need to take and review with the rest of the commissioners and the county attorneys that's currently there, because there's 3 county attorneys there, from Allen, Anderson, and Coffee. You know, we'd appreciate any input that you may
Any
possibly,
input.
whether it would be of any value or not.
I guess that's
We don't
my
know.
question, how are you representing us down there? Are you representing us that we're in favor of it, we're opposed to it?
We're not
So, I mean, you guys are going to these meetings, what are you telling them? How are we feeling in Coffee County? Are you telling them?
just being a
we're-
more,
I mean, are you opposed to it?
I was decided.
Are you
it's
opposed
more of I'm not opposing or for.
to the line?
It's more of a informational meeting than anything else.
I mean, how are these other counties, are they opposed to it, or are they opposed to the, kind of the way that it might be taking place?
See, we haven't made any decision on whether we're for it or against it.
how far the setback should be from a house.
Are those the conversations that's the problems with the county other commissioners, or is it just that they don't want that line?
It's not that they don't want it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Correct.
Yeah. They just,
Except they're very opposed to the distance.
The offset from a house, that's a standing structure.
that's what I wanted to know. So basically, group is in favor of it. It's just that there got to be some things put in place.
I'd say that, Don, wouldn't you?
I don't. Anderson County, well, I think they're in favor of it to a point. They don't like them, anything less than 800 feet's what they've been shooting for, which that ain't gonna happen. So, you know, the value of the meeting, I don't know whether there's any value there technically or not, other than being better informed of what other counties and other commissioners are looking at. Because KCC's approved it.
No.
It's gonna happen.
I would think that we, Schofield County, would be in favor of it because that, kind of ensuring the longevity of Wolf Creek.
And that's what was mentioned 3 weeks ago. I mentioned that it appears, we don't know, that it appears when they go to get relicensed, because the grid level will be expanded, it might possibly help Wolf Creek to get relicensed. That was said, and I made that comment. So there's a potential to be very positive for Coffee County. We don't know that for a fact either.
And there was some concerns on the energy we're exporting and what we're leaving here.
You know, we're exporting cheap energy and having to pay for wind
That's
energy
been brought up.
at our meters.
That was a big concern, Bob.
I'm just curious of what the atmosphere down there was for it. To me, we should be supporting, say, yeah, we want the line, but I see there's restrictions too, and I understand that, because Wade don't want it going right over his hay barn. I mean, I understand that stuff.
It's insured.
Well, yeah, maybe not my house, but the hay barn,
But,
maybe, yeah.
I mean, you know, there's kind of. and I
When they're
understand.
talking about eminent domain, what?
Well, they got that cleared, that way they can strong arm.
And there's probably gonna be some of that out there, no matter what, because there's gonna be some people who just
Don't want it at all.
are not gonna want it at all, but we went through that with Wolf Creek too.
Yeah.
Well, they could get a little bit of money for it, or they can wind up getting none.
People went through that with John Redmond,
Melbourne Lake.
Melbourne Lake, a lot of people, sometimes that's just gonna happen to a few people.
You bet.
Nobody's happy about it.
Hmm.
Is that all you had, Don?
Yep. We covered the 3 items. Andrew?
Well, just besides the church, that Cook's Plumbing was gonna come in today and try to work on that line, but since it was meeting day, they're gonna pick another, because it would've been pretty noisy for them.
Didn't want a jackhammer running.
They will be back to do that.
It's been a long day.
Other than that, Modern Air's been working on, they are still on the schedule to come take care of the outside.
Okay.
Working on, they were, trying to reroute something in the county attorney's office. They finally got an actuator that they could find, since a lot of things that we have are outdated, but they do have an actuator for the county attorney's office.
Something else, Justin, do we meet next Monday or Tuesday? Do we recognize Columbus Day?
Meet on Monday.
Indigenous Day.
Columbus.
Columbus.
Yeah. Baseball will be closing Columbus Day.
I don't think I have anything, really. Other than we got paperwork to sign.
So I was kind of wondering, we were talking about maintenance and things as far as when the new building is built, is that gonna be its own maintenance, or is that gonna still fall under the same?
I think there's a lot of questions on
There's
that.
gonna be a lot of questions.
Especially with IT is another one I was thinking of when I was talking to Brad's area now, or their own area. I mean, and what he said, maintenance.
I'm
I
gonna
would
say they're gonna
say-
have their own maintenance and cleaning.
I would say no. I mean, yeah, there's,
Right.
I mentioned a second, you're gonna have kitchen staff, you're gonna have janitorial. That's gonna be huge.
And all those people are gonna have to have security clearance that normal people here don't have.
Right.
Have to have.
say something.
The sheriff don't pay for his electricity here, correct?
I'd say it's probably not in the, not in his budget.
Alright.
We pay the one,
Say
we pay
$9,000.
the electricity bill.
Are you wanting to put solar up on the top of the jail?
No.
Windmill, I'm gonna put a windmill on top.
There are just a couple of issues with the new jail.
As far as cost.
No, the electrical and the cost down at Lynn County.
Yeah, well, I think
And
Sheriff
that's
Friend touched
separate.
base on that.
But-
when he was
And
here.
it's separate.
Electrical, they got put it out for bids 3 different times.
Well, yeah, and his electric bill
No,
went from
I think he's talking about the
electric bill itself.
Full electric bill for the full judicial center.
And he touched base on that when he was here.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter whether it comes from the sheriff's department or comes from here, it still comes from general.
Comes from the same checkbook.
Same, yeah, from the same pot, so.
Alright.
Oh, it's gonna be expensive.
I do agree with, if we're just talking here, what Bob said about get the $20 million bonding thing set up and use that money. And then roll from there.
Yeah, if it comes
That's
in
the way
20
it was
million,
worded.
that's it. Perfect, great.
Here's my concern, are we paying interest on that from the instant that we start
Yes.
for the full 20?
We are, but the people approved to bond up to 20 million.
Yes. And the remainder become from the reserve fund.
And I'm with Tom, I'm not opposed to us probably spending up to 5 million before we start using the bonding money, because I don't wanna spend the 10 million.
I agree with that. I at least want to spend,
A little bit, we can live a little bit to get it started, but
because I'm not paying interest on the 20 from the start.
You won't be paying any interest on that until, you know, the bonds are issued, which is probably 8 or 10 months down the road.
Yeah.
As soon as they're issued, yeah, you're
But
gonna.
we got 10 million sitting here that's drawing 1/10 of 1%. And to me, looking at it from the financial side, and I don't have all the numbers, we've dedicated 10 million, and it's drawing 0 interest for us, basically. Funds sitting almost idle. And if we can bond for 16 or 17 million, and say that's at 4% on 3 million, that's saving an extra $120,000 for a period of time, and that's a multiplier. So I have no problem at all spending that 10 million up front, or at least 8.5, 9. Looking at the financial side of it, it's saving the county funding, saving the county money.
That's true.
That's what happened to MT. The county had the funds available to pay MT off 2, 3, 4 years ahead of maturity. And we did pay it off a year early and save $60,000 in 1 year. That was my second year here, and I don't have all the answers. But why pay interest when you don't have to?
But you turn around and just say you do 10 million up front. And then it comes in at, you're gonna wind up, out of the $20 million bond, you're only gonna spend 17 million of it. Where's the rest of that go?
that's exactly right.
You're only gonna sell bonds for 17 million.
But
If that bid comes in at 27. To me, and Joe needs to answer that question, but to me, you're only gonna be bonding for 17 million.
But the people authorized to bond up to 20.
Up to 20.
To me, you ought to use that 20 that the people authorized there, because I will guarantee you, there's going to be a lot of extra expenses, and that could come out of that 10 million that the county authorized throughout the time. There're gonna be extra expenses, but if you spend that 10 million right away, then you're gonna have to start going into other reserves to get money to do the other expenses.
I see both sides, I do.
And then what happens if we go over budget?
Budget for what? We can't go over budget.
You shut them down at X amount of dollars.
We can't go over budget.
We can't go over the bond, that's not saying you can go over the 10. There's nothing stated that you couldn't do
I
that.
mean, what do you mean?
Meaning if
It's just
We can't go over the county budget,
for the jail.
and that's another reason why you might not want to spend the 10 to start out with. Use the bonds, because when you spend the 10 county's budget and something drastic comes up, then you ain't got the money for the drastic.
Your change orders aren't gonna be that much.
But there's other things can happen in this county other than change orders on the jail. That could cost us pretty expensive money.
And I don't like to say spend
That's the
three.
reason we have the reserves to start out with, is for those type of things.
I don't know, we need to get it figured out.
It'd be interesting to see what the bids will come in at. We're gonna know that, here in 8 months, so.
I guess my thing is, I don't like the idea that I've been here, and some of them before me, for 16 years, we've been trying to build our reserves up, so when things happen, we have it, and then we come in and somebody decides, oh, let's just take the reserves and spend them. We kind of defeated our purpose.
But look what the unencumbered cash has done in the last 4 years.
Increased and increased.
See, that's sitting at 47 right now. And 6 years ago, it was sitting at 27.
And what have prices done in the last number of years too? They've gone up and they've gone up. So, anyway, that'll be a decision to make when we get there.
Yeah.
Cool. Nobody has anything else, we'll start signing paperwork. And then we got whatever we wanna discuss on the, I guess kind of forgot about the, more discussion on that, or we waiting on the sirens?
Are we kind of waiting on Amber's recommendation and some other stuff on that? Hopefully not.
So how does the bond deal work? You don't have to take your 20, we could sell, can you sell 10 and then another 5 and then another 2? Or how does that work?
My understanding, my understanding is they'll be issued for one bond rate right off the bat.
For the total amount that you're gonna.
You're gonna be paying interest from day one.
Okay.
The
that's
larger the amount, the less cheaper the interest of the bond.
Yeah, but that's, to me, that answers my question of, okay, if you can do more bonds later, then you can add to it later, but.
I don't think that's the way, but I shouldn't.
I don't think that's the way Joe explained it. I think you bond it all for what you want.
Whatever that amount you're gonna take,
Yeah.
that's gonna be it.
That's
And
it.
their interest will start from day one.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need approval.
You guys are over now. You need to, that's how you want it.
Oh, okay. Mark, take it away.
The other day, Andy, when Don was quizzing about the electric bill being so high, that didn't include the shop.
No, there's one that's separate, it's by address.
Okay. I thought I read the shop on it. So it was, what, 10,000 and something?
9,000 here.
Yeah,
And
close
then
to 10.
2,000 down to shop? Okay. Curious, because I thought we were talking about, well, it's probably for everything. I didn't realize they billed us individually.
There's some checks on the bottom of this
Nope.
file here, Jesse.
Well, that didn't see it.
I don't know where all those meter readings are at, so I don't know whether they were part of that 10 the other day, but evidently not, so.
5 addresses on there, but I don't remember them all.
Yeah, I think there's 5 or,
How's this going?
Well, let's see.
No. Annex,
No.
courthouse.
Right.
there was at least 5 meter readings the other day.
Yeah, had the church, we had the ag, church, extension, courthouse. And then they had the sheriff's annex. We'll get, right, just a little bit smaller. Yeah, see,
There goes the check for that room.
really should Jeff be signing right here instead of off over here? Might bring it to his attention.
I will do that.
Are they painting?
I don't know, but I've been smelling paint for all last week and this week. I don't know. I was thinking,
Somebody said they touched up in here. I think Andrea said they was touching up in here.
but I've been smelling it too, so I'm glad I'm not the only one.
You're not the only one. I'm going, where's that? And then it comes to leaves.
You up
Hey.
There's nothing in that sign. This here, everything goes in that yellow folder.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, it's around the corner.
Tim, I'll see Rick Thursday. I'll ask him how things are going over there in Lynn County now. Okay, I'll see what their opinion is.
Well, I guess school's over for today, is it?
Yeah, we're basically just signing, yeah.
It's all over but the crying.
We'll give you permission to leave, Wayne.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
Do you know when you guys will be turning on the boiler? So we'll have a little heat in the morning?
You don't need any heat in the morning.
Start a fire.
I
No,
was
never
just
mind.
curious. It can be pretty cold in here all day if there's no heat.
The truth done, it's probably warmer outside than it is in here. The old
I'll tell you
brick
what,
building.
when I wake up in the morning, since I haven't turned on my heater yet, it's 63 in my house. Felt pretty good. I wanna bet this. Turned the heater on, didn't you? No, I didn't. I still got the AC on.
It's just that time of year that it gets pretty cool. So.
Yeah, it's either running the heater or the air conditioner.
That time of year I lose the jacket.
Yep.
Yeah,
Put one on in the
very
morning
easy to
and-
leave it in every truck. Good thing I own a lot. I leave mine in other people's trucks. I didn't want to think so. Wait till you get the coughing part.
I've been doing good.
How you?
And
Mine's
you?
clearing up.
Well, you got here, and then here I go, out of the blue.
I forwarded the email to you here for pictures of the parking lot.
Oh, the parking lot, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's all that I was worried about.
I don't know how I missed it. I looked at it. Oh, yeah, he did, right, talking about street diagonal on the east side and then entrance and exit on the north or south, excuse. Yeah.
47 spaces across the road. Total of 53, 100 spaces total.
What do we have now, roughly?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he said something about how many additional it was, but I can't remember. Well, you can count. Just here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 on the north side of the courthouse. And now there'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
I take it it's gonna be a one-way.
11, 12, 13. So you're over doubling the amount of parking we got on the north side. You're gonna double it.
There's not,
1, 2.
that must be gonna be a
4.
sidewalk in there.
Only 4 on that little spot over here.
Fair enough.
What is it?
4, right?
If that was one way and these were diagonal, one way. Instead of a straight in, because you have to have more space to be able to turn straight in than you would diagonally. You just made it around one way.
I can't picture there being that much room for that many cars.
I know.
Like if there, unless there's solutions like that, because that's.
There you go, we got
Then when you back out.
3, 4.
Some people have
5,
trouble when you backing out of a straight parking deal with a truck.
5, 6, 7, 8,
4-door pickup.
10.
But if
So
you
you're
were
doubling
parking, if
your
you were
parking
diagonally, you wouldn't need
Yeah,
that.
I hope they're
you're-
not crammed together like, yeah, I don't know.
Said they was 9 foot.
Yeah, even over here, that seems like.
This
more than
and a
that.
4-door cab pickup will be a little back end.
What you got there, Don?
I was gonna ask Paul about the center management certification program, $1,000. Looks like for one person. Here's $1,100 for groceries at Hoover's.
We eat a lot, somebody eats a lot.
Would have
For
that
the
been
sheriff's
for,
department.
would have that been for the Wolf Creek training?
No, it's from the sheriff's department.
This here's a training deal, down for an even $1,000.
It's for one person.
One person only.
Mm-hmm.
That's Hoover's for over $1,000 groceries. Tom was fine.
I've been doing it.
Wonder what function they
You
have.
said too
Oh,
close to
was
me.
this-
Oh,
was
okay,
this
kids.
for okay
Probably
kids?
okay kids.
Wait a minute.
Okay,
Yeah, I bet
I'll
it was for
take it.
okay kids.
Okay, okay.
you're probably right. Okay.
Okay.
I don't mean to question.
Okay with okay kids?
But it's enough dollars I wanted to look at.
There's a check.
Yeah, that would be,
And Cook's actually is downstairs,
I
now
told
trying to
John
see if
about
there's
the
something they
okay
can do
kids.
from the downstairs, but. Sounds like I think they're gonna have to do some jackhammering
Yep.
for the floor.
Probably in a sense, you really would want to maybe take them in the opposite direction, because you're not bringing them out so close to the corner. But and you wouldn't lose one, maybe one parking lot, two.
I don't know all that, but the flow line of the gutter water is out here right now. And he
basically had, might brought that in deep enough. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it probably wouldn't hurt to be brought in. I know we probably wouldn't want to lose it, but we could bring them in to even almost to the sidewalk.
Maybe, I don't know, 10-foot measure. That's more your department. Your engineer can figure it out.
Back page there, that's for everybody underneath the commission.
What's this for to Brad? Shrimp broiled food, 1,000. Shrimp broiled and seasoning. I thought
That was for
some
them.
bank was paying for all that.
That was, that was for
hard to
doing
get
the-
money.
But I thought some bank donated $1,000 to do that.
There was something supposedly donated. How much is it?
$1,494.
That's something, I think it was Citizens Bank.
I had heard about that
Gave money
yesterday.
for that.
So it was
Central maybe.
So $2,500 for that thing then?
Ooh, with the band and everything? I don't.
Well, just
Just in the
for
food?
food.
I know it. Yeah, probably so.
I gave it up.
Probably so.
We are gonna get an account of how
I
much
gave it
everything
up.
costs us total, right?
Stuff cleared it from my phone and everything.
We're gonna get an account, which is,
On how much it takes.
He said it'd probably be 3 or
Do we
4
really
weeks before
know?
you down.
to know whether it's worth an investment or not.
I know the barbecue did
Just like I got that off
as
of
good as that. There wasn't any
on
advertising.
Facebook that I
There wasn't hardly any advertising on that feed, on the shrimp deal.
And it just
And
happened to
everything was
pop
gone.
up on my phone,
He
which
said
I
in
like
3 to 4 weeks, he'd have
doing
complete
that.
accounting,
So,
and there's been a lot of money go into that. There's a number.
Paper vouchers. That's just for the longevity of the commission, controlled, I guess, employees, I guess. Back page.
Did you decide when your Thanksgiving dinner is?
No, we haven't yet.
It'll be in November, won't it?
Yeah, it's usually the Friday before Thanksgiving, so the 18th.
Is that good with everybody?
sure, that'll work.
The days that on Friday?
Yeah.
We're not an off day. We never always, and we always have that on Mondays, or,
Well, we could.
I mean, I'm just asking,
We normally do it on a Friday
on a Friday?
because you guys are in commission meeting and, but
I
we,
see.
we used to, okay, so there's another question. Are you wanting me to have it catered again this year like we have in the past?
This one last year where we
We
decided
did Brad
last year,
last year. This year would be,
or no, we did Hogman last year.
No, we did Brad,
Brad.
and then the year before that, we did
Oh.
It's been
Hogman.
2 years
Yeah.
since we did Hogman.
Yeah,
God, time flies.
This is your last year, Bob.
When you're having fun, it's fun.
I think it's just keep it on that schedule, if there's, I don't know, there's been people that,
See, we had it downstairs last year, so would we take it over to the?
no, we 2 years
Last
ago, we had it
2
down, Hogman was
we've had it down
downstairs
here
too.
the last two.
yeah.
It's grab and run.
It was
Yeah,
down-
last year was grab and run, we was divvying everything
We did it
up.
the year
It
before
was
that way
downstairs
too.
last.
I think,
Downstairs,
I think just have Hogman and let it be grab and run again.
I think people have liked it that way, really.
It's not so crowded and, people.
I haven't heard anyone complain.
You wanna do it here,
I
you
didn't
wanna do
either.
it at Kelly Hall? Here?
They do it here.
That's fine.
It's just tougher for them to get the food down there.
Got an elevator.
No, that's
You'll be here.
I don't mind helping carry.
But they got an
true. Carry
elevator.
my truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thursday night, Osage County is having a zoning meeting at 7 o'clock on the wind turbines. I will be going up.
At the
I
courthouse
figured,
in Linden.
at the courthouse in Linden. I'm about a mile away from the county line.
Are they proposing a wind farm in Osage County?
Yep,
I think one of the commissioners is opposed to it.
yes, but one of them is for it.
I think Heather's opposed to it.
Correct.
Very opposed to it.
One isn't.
What is there, 3 of them up there?
Yes.
The other must be Diver. I can't think of his first name.
Fred.
Fred, that's right.
Fred and Heather and who?
Jay Bailey?
Who?
Bailey?
Jay, that does sound right.
Not Jay.
That owns our car dealership?
I think it's Jay.
So which one in favor of it? Diver? That figures. She called me and talked to him about it and everything, and then she was talking to Les McGee about it at the meeting a couple of weeks ago.
So everybody looked at the approved longevity for, I guess we gotta approve that, is that right, Angie?
Mhm.
I don't want mine.
You been here 3 years?
No,
You wouldn't have.
I've been here 2 years and 2 months.
You wouldn't
But
have.
it would count for 3 because you count the first year they're here, the second would be the third. That's how we've been doing it consistently across the board, just FYI. We don't wanna be inconsistent. But if you don't want it, we can mark you off.
Mark me off.
Throwing money down the drain.
You can yell at me later.
You're sure?
Yeah. Take it now.
I need some oil on this here.
We got it sabotaged.
Okay, here, pass it back to Jeff.
New guy.
Very back page.
Man.
So that my name's not on there. That's good.
Right there.
I don't know who needs that. No, I got it.
Yeah.
Parking and putting the tail end part of that here, where the parallel is. Put that plumb line. You got that headache. Unless he's gonna get it to go in and travel out, and I'm not sure you can, but
Need some ibuprofen?
no more fall there, I'll get home and eat.
An underground line, the city wants to put in here, redo all that. So
Right.
there might be drainage could go into it.
Well, they got a storm sewer box right out here on this corner.
Right.
I guess what I'm
And
saying
maybe all they could be backed up, I don't know. Engineer would have to determine that,
I think the person pulled this east side in some, and that west, or that north side in, that's gonna help with their drainage issue, and just
Yeah.
get it to slope
Yeah.
to the street.
Yeah, there's a box on the corner out there, but actually the corner would have to be, still leave the corner there.
Yeah, you leave the corner where it's at.
I'm sure an engineer can figure it out.
I'm sure.
I'm not an engineer, so. But I can make water run up downhill,
I can't do.
pretty easy.
Well, if nobody has anything else, everybody do your homework on the. Got a lot of homework to do, Jill. That's all we got. We'll adjourn at 3:05. I know it's been 3 o'clock.